So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light. Oh.
and welcome to a special rendition of Friday CBLOL English, where we are coming at you with an incredible playoff matchup to get things started. We have reached the postseason, and on the call, it's going to be myself, Hawk, and a random minion caster joining me, RMC. RMC, I mean, how are we doing today? How are we feeling?
Hawk, I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of scared going to this one here. We've got paiN gaming up against KaBuM, 4th and 5th seed, Hawk, and at the start of the season, this should have been potentially a grand finals matchup, not the matchup we expected to open the playoffs with.
Yeah, I believe someone might be able to go back in time and find the Gringos Liberados episode that I was on, where I said that I think paiN and KaBuM might be the two best teams in the league. Aged very poorly in the second round robin, as that is the matchup that we have today. paiN Gaming up against KaBuM, two teams that started so strongly in the split. We're jockeying with one another for #1 seed in the standings just a few short weeks ago, and both of them maybe falling off perhaps a tiny bit.
Definitely. In the first round robin, Hawk, as you called, they were both tied in first place at 7 wins and 2 losses apiece. But going into the second round robin, Hawk, things just crashed. paiN went 4 wins, 5 losses, just below a 50% win rate. KaBuM went 3 wins, 6 losses. And I'm going to be honest, even that last week, Hawk, they do not look very solid. They don't look like they've recovered. And that's why this round matters. Because for paiN and KaBuM, it's not just moving forward in the bracket, but it's also to prove to themselves and to their fans they have fixed their problems, that they can go forward in these bests of 5.
Yeah, both teams not really able to finish the fight in the regular season, but fortunately they do still find themselves in the playoffs, albeit not getting that first round bye. We can pull up our playoff bracket as it stands right now, with the winner of this matchup will play in awaiting Vivo KaDeStars, choosing these two teams as their potential opponent. So clearly the KaDeStars not really fearing what either paiN Gaming or KaBuM have to offer, and perhaps avoiding the very hot Red Canids, sending them Loud's direction.
Yeah, and tomorrow, of course, we will have Red Canids versus Los Grandes as well. The 3rd and 6th seed teams battling out to go on to face Loud. Now, it's worth noting as well that the loser today is not eliminated. Whoever loses today will go to the lower bracket. Every team gets 2 chances. It's just that, well, you don't want to be using up one of your chances right away.
You definitely don't want to be, especially when the story has been struggled. Now, let's go ahead, look at one of these teams that has struggled perhaps a little bit less. They went 4 and 5, not 3 and 6 in the second round robin. RMC, it's your homer team, paiN Gaming.
Yep, and with Wiser, Carioca, and Dinkedo on that top half of the map, this trio has been around together for so incredibly long. How many splits now have they played together? And the change in the bot lane for Titan Curry, I've got to admit, I think paiN got it right in the offseason. The bot lane has been their best performers. Titan Curry have been dragging paiN over the finish line. But that's shocking when you consider that Wiser, one of our best top laners in former splits, has now become one of the biggest weak points of this current paiN Gaming roster.
Yeah, and it's so surprising when, especially you consider Wiser, Carioca, Dinkedo, they've been in these positions before, which perhaps is a boon to them now moving into best of 5s into playoffs, where it seems like they can beat everybody not named Loud. So perhaps something to look out for. But as you mentioned, Wiser maybe not getting involved the way that he wants to. I also think Carioca has struggled to get things going for paiN Gaming in the early games the way that he had in the past. It felt like so effortlessly linking up with Carioca, rather with Dinkedo, getting things going. Has not really happened, and so much responsibility has fallen on that bottom lane shoulders, which Titan, to be fair, has been pretty electrifying this split, as I think many expected him to be, but it has not exactly been as clean as everyone may have hoped for the entire squad.
Fair enough. And if we look to the other side of the rift, onto the Orange Ninjas, KaBuM, their bot lane has struggled too. Netuno and Seos, 2 players highly vaunted in previous splits. This was supposed to be Netuno's comeback arc after struggling on a roster that was swapping people in and out. Seos MVP as his dual partner hasn't worked out whatsoever. Instead, it's been House and Malrang who've really been propping up this team, and it's what has secured them that 5th place spot.
And let's really zero in on House in particular for a moment, RMC, where this guy absolutely bonkers regular season stat line, as it seems to so often be the case, has almost 35% of the team's damage share, has the highest kill participation on the roster as well. House is so frequently getting involved, dealing the damage, and getting ahead at that. All of his stats have been brilliant. Again, regular season seems to often be the case, but there's no denying that at least here in 2024 Split 1, he has been off to a really hot start.
Fair enough, and let's talk about the top lane a little bit as well. Lonely, the other Korean we kind of haven't mentioned. Mauer's been having a good time of it. Lonely, however, has not, and Lonely has been very miss this split more than hit. But in week 9, day 1, I still remember that match up against Furia where Lonely went 8-0-9 on Rumble. So it does feel like Lonely is resurging a little bit right at the perfect time as we enter into the playoffs. The question for me, Hawk, though, is it enough? And is Lonely consistent enough to pull it off in a best of 5?
Yeah, and especially up against a Weiser who I think we're expecting should be able to wake up, has been struggling as well, but in theory, from what we know from the past, Weiser is a player that is more than capable at playing at a very high level, as is Lonely, right? So both of these players, I think, going to look to have a bit of a resurgence here in the series up against one another, honestly, might be a really good test for the both of them. And if one or the other can tip the balance in their team's favor, could be very impactful moving forward in the series. Because, I mean, RMC, I think, as we can see the player walkouts happening on screen, we would expect potentially the mid jungle to go a bit KaBuM's way, bottom lane to go a little bit paiN Gaming's way, leaving top lane as the big question mark.
Yeah, well, if anything, Hawk, I'm actually still stuck on this bot lane a little bit that we are seeing walk onto stage here, because I guess maybe I'm stuck a little bit in the past, but in the offseason, Titan Curry was that big pickup for paiN Gaming. That was supposed to be what takes them over the edge and into a championship position. The fact that they released Pro Delta so that Titan could get his hand-picked support in Curry is massive, and that side has paid off. But on the other side, the other big bot lane that got picked up was, first of all, Seos leaving Loud. They've won 3 times back to back to back, and Seos decided, you know what, I can still do better. Went to work with Natuno, a player who was supposed to be the Knicks' big AD carry, was on a couple of tough rosters. Now, on this roster, there should be no excuse for Natuno, and yet, one bot lane has delivered, the other hasn't.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's fair to say, too, on paper, when you're looking at them, you would have expected that KaBuM bot lane to be even better, right? I mean, you're building it up already. Natuno and Seos, 2 former MVPs from 2023. These two have just been unbelievable in splits past, yet to really do so far, and they have to put up a good performance against Titan and Curie. And we now can maybe look forward to the draft a little bit. Should be starting in just a couple minutes, RMC. Are there anything in particular when we look at the pick ban that might be able to tip the scales in one team or another's favor?
Let's start with paiN, because I think theirs is a little bit easier. There's been kind of 2 problem points for them so far in the second half of the regular season. One has been Weiser, and that has been laning and decision making. So that's not draft related. The other is Karaoke. And Karaoke right now has 2 wins, only 2 wins on champions not named Maokai or Rel. His Vi, his Lee Sin, his Xin Zhao has not been working out. And it does feel like paiN was experimenting a little bit, but I think in playoffs, Hawk, you don't have the leeway anymore to keep playing around. I expect to see Maokai, Rel, maybe even Sejuani be a bit more higher prio for this paiN roster.
Yeah, and also worth noting, on patch 14.5, Wukong recently got some buffs. I know it falls a little bit more into that skirmish jungler category, but this is a champion that in 2023, Karaoke also piloted to fairly good success as well. So maybe there's a chance that he could find the resurgence on the Monkey King, but I'm in agreement. Tank jungler is going to be a huge thing to look at, especially when it feels like flexibility for paiN Gaming, I think across the board, RMC has not exactly been there. They have had a couple of pocket picks here and there, but largely it has just been full meta top to bottom.
Yeah, and if there is somebody else who I think might buck the meta trying to be Titan, of course, we've seen a lot of Senna, a lot of Smolder recently. Despite the repeated nerfs, I do think Smolder is still viable, albeit a bit hard to pull off in CBLOL where they're very aggressive. And I don't want to see Titan pick that Senna, that Smolder. That's not why you picked up Titan. You want the crazy plays. You want the Kalystas. You want the Lucians. If anything, if you want skilling for Titan, give him the likes of the Aphelios. That flash forward engage, was it week 3, week 2, that Titan pulled off, that still lives in my head rent-free.
Yeah, I mean, Titan, 3 games of Caitlyn. That's half the games of Caitlyn that have been played in the entire CBLOL split. So clearly a connoisseur of those lane-dominant champions. But on the other side for KaBuM, looking towards that mid jungle, right? Malrang, in a different story, he's been all about those skirmish junglers. He is no stranger to starting fights. It's been true ever since we saw this player come to pro.
Yeah, and with Malrang as well, 12 unique champions through the regular season. One of the higher numbers is for the junglers right there. Marlon can do whatever he wants. He's not the one I'm worried about. And if anything, I'm kind of looking at Marlon to maybe pull something a little bit out of pocket if need be for this roster to find that surprise win. The person I'm actually looking a little bit more of in terms of their draft is Lonely in the top lane. He's got a 100% win rate on Aatrox right now and a 66.7% win rate on Rumble, which is not bad, but some of his best games have come on that Rumble. So I do think Lonely is a bit more punishable. He's really not been having as much impact on the tankier options like the Ornn, like the Cassante, like the Udyr that we're seeing earlier on in the season.
Also has been one of the enjoyers of the top lane. Zach has 2 games of that as well. I don't know if he'd pull it out in this series, but just something maybe to keep our eyes on where, I mean, on the other side for Weiser, it's basically just been all Cassante all day. Weiser, by the way, I mean, we talk about the struggles. He's got an 100% win rate on Cassante throughout the split, 5 games. That is no small feat. The problem is it has just been far less impressive on basically everything else. I mean, he had an absolute dud on Kale, for example, a couple of them. To be fair,
Don't talk about the Kale.
Weiser pulls out the Kale, I swear, like once a split, and every time I'm like, oh no, not the Kale game.
No, I think there's like 2 top laners that people I trust with the Kale. One is Tay, oddly enough, and the other is maybe FNB. I could see a world where Kigo plays it, but unfortunately, yeah, Weiser, this ain't it. I don't expect to see it. We saw it early in the split. We never saw it again. But Weiser, you mentioned the Cassante Hawk, and what I find actually more interesting is Weiser's been struggling against Cassante, and I think of Migs, I think of Chiari kind of whipping it out against him there. And I wonder how much of that right now for the Cassante pick for Weiser is just denying it away from the enemy. Lonely hasn't had a good time with the Cassante either, so, or actually has. He's played it once, sorry, and got, I think, a 12.0 KDA. So maybe we see Weiser just denying it away from Lonely because of a combination of him not feeling comfortable playing into it and Lonely being comfortable, maybe on it.
4,700 HP. 329 armor, 209 magic resist, unstoppable shield, goes over walls, has airborne, cooldown is only 1 second. RMC, I'm starting to think maybe this champion is just strong, and maybe that's why Weiser, he's like, look, I can play it, but don't catch me playing against it.
Exactly. I think that's a really fair approach, which is shocking when you consider how Weiser in previous splits was always just so comfortable doing whatever he wanted. It's such a weird shift. Now, Hawk, I do want to talk a little bit about these organizations as well, because paiN and KaBuM are some of our oldest organizations. KaBuM, our second most successful organization in terms of CBLOL wins. paiN, of course, one of the biggest fan bases. But these 2 teams, since franchising, have only actually faced each other in the playoffs once. And that was back in 2022 Split 1. That was House's best playoff run ever. He made 3rd place. But what's funny is who he lost to in that 3rd place. He made it to Winners Finals, played against paiN Gaming, where he got shut down 3-0. And guess who's on that paiN Gaming roster? Weiser, Carioca, Dinkedo. Gets knocked down to the lower finals. Doesn't win there. Guess who faced him there? It was Red Canids. That was the year they won. And guess who was on that team? Titan. So he's now facing 80% of the team that shut down his best run ever.
Wow, I mean, definitely some bad blood. Maybe a chip on House's shoulder. I think it is fair to say, actually, both for the bad blood against this paiN roster and, you know, you mentioned best playoff performance ever, 3rd place for someone that we always tout as one of, if not the best mid laner in CBLOL, at least during regular split. And we want to talk about chips on shoulders as well. paiN Gaming. It's been a long time since any of these players have won. For paiN, it's been a story of 2nd places for split after split after split. For Titan, it has been a long time since a championship as well. Maybe wanting to get back towards it. It's going to be a story of fixing problems. It's going to be a story of chip shoulders. And I'm sure a story of a lot of blood as Titan locks in his Callista.
Oh, are we going to see the Draven answer? Oh, they're playing with me. Neptuno's Draven was something that was very, very feisty when he first came onto the scene. It gets locked off. We get it.
They just RMC. They insta-locked it. You got bummed out. They picked the Renekton. Nah, that's just an R1 Renekton. We're getting that one out of the way. Insta-lock Draven. You called it. Neptuno busted it out. We are going to have fireworks in the bottom lane.
Well, there's no better way to restore faith from your fans by picking a Draven and winning with it, Hawk. It's always been a bit of a CBLOL special. I do want to quickly touch on the bans as well. Lucian taken away from Titan. We talked about the aggression. So still there. Maokai removed. So Rel is still on the table for Carioca for now, though. They're still prioritizing that Ari for Dinkedo. He's done a great job on the pick in terms of laning and early skirmishes, but it has lacked impact in the late game in the team fights.
Now, Rel, though, does struggle a little bit into that Draven. Of course, it does still have flex potential, but it can be really hard to get that crash down with the stand aside. Vi, maybe a champion I'm looking towards. I know it's not been good for Karaoke this split, but against Draven, look, you press R on the Axe guy, and he can't really do anything about it. Instead, RMC, maybe your worst nightmares have come true. It's Karaoke Lee Sin.
Yeah, and Lee Sin isn't even that amazing into the Draven either. It's an interesting choice, Hawk, but it is game 1 in a best of 5. And
why not go Vi?
I guess they're flexing their muscles a little bit. A bit of a hand check to come through. paiN already with these 3 picks. Very aggressive early game. KaBuM likewise. Renekton is strong in lane. And I'm curious to see what they kind of opt for to go of the Draven. They're taking the Rel here. I guess they just want to deny the Kalista Rel combo. You can't stand aside. It's called.
Yeah, and this is actually 2 games on it so far. It feels like our jungler swapping roles, but Malrang having a couple, and he's actually deathless on the Rel throughout this split. So has been really solid performance for both these junglers on this champion. It could also still be going into Seos' hands in the support role. So we'll have to keep our eyes out for where that one ends up going. And honestly, RMC, I wonder if that Lee Sin was a denial from Malrang as well. A champion that maybe we associate with that player. But getting into now our second round of picks and bans. A lot of early game focus on both sides. A lot of early skirmishing. This bottom lane going to be so incredibly important. And some of these early game good skirmishing supports and junglers getting banned away. Renata, Xin Zhao, champions that can really change the game early on.
Okay, Cassante being removed here. They want to take it away from Wiser. The matchup into Renekton. It kind of nullifies everything that Renekton wants to do. paiN opting for the Xin Zhao ban is interesting because it feels like they want to give Karaoke a bit of favorable matchup more than they're saying that the Rel is going to support. So I'm wondering if they double down, maybe remove the Vi as well, who will do amazingly well into the likes of the Ahri and the Kalista.
And now the question is, where does the pick go? I think this is, I mean, they should pick mid here, so we're not going to know where the Rel is going. Things up and available. Talia critically has been banned away. I mean, you could go to like, I don't even know, like Syndra, maybe something that House has not played on this split. You do still have the likes of Karma up and available as well. And that's going to be the direction that House ends up going. A pick that can definitely play towards these early skirmishes and enable Natuno.
Okay, and we see the Ashe pick up from the side of paiN. I completely slipped my mind, but I'm actually a little bit surprised that KaBuM didn't kind of opt for the Ashe. It has been one of the traditional counters for Kalista in lane because she can't be as mobile when she is slowed down. So now, I'm curious if you want to opt for the Rel. I feel like the Rel is going to struggle into the Kalista Ashe bot lane. A slow means that you're not going to be able to engage. Wiser picking up the Gragas for this comp. I really like it. I think you're not going to win any team fights, so if you can't win a team fight, just don't have one. Split them up and reset instead.
I agree. I actually really like this Gragas pick as well. I think it's so good into the Draven as well as just the zone control. Picking out isolated members, that's going to be the name of the game for paiN, but on the other side for KaBuM, still a lot of flex potential. This could be a Karma mid or support. It could be a Rel jungle or support. The final pick will tell us the whole story, and it looks like Karma mid, Rel support, and then J4 in the jungle. This is a champion that back in the LEC days, Malrang made quite the name for himself on, playing things like Lethal Tempo Jarvan and just perma-invading junglers, and now he's going to try to look to lock down that bottom lane of paiN.
Yeah, now this J4 might struggle a little bit. The only champion who doesn't have a dash to get over that Cataclysm is going to be the Ashe or the side of Curry. I'm going to be honest, once Curry gets the initial slows down, gets the stun down, that's his job kind of finished in these skirmishes. So Malrang gonna really have to show us why he was so proficient on this champion in the past to have that same level of impact.
And now we've got our compositions locked in. I'm not going to lie to you, RMC. This is the kind of draft that I see when I'm playing solo queue or watching competitive or anything that I'm like, well, whoever's ahead in bottom lane by 10 minutes, GG, just FF15, guys, because I don't really see, like, it's all play for bot. I think both teams maybe lacking a little bit in the scaling damage department, basically relying on their early game dominant 80 carries to get a big advantage and try to blow this game wide open.
And to be honest, Hawk, I love it. We've had way too much Smolder Senna in the CBLOL, where it's slow, grind-out games. No. Let's not have any of that. This has always been the league that's about the heart, about the action. And there is a morale boost if you can win this, right? Both teams have opted for really strong early games. Kalista, Draven, neither of them skill particularly well. And if you show that, hey, I can win this matchup when both of us are playing for the early, it will set the tone going forwards. Because suddenly whoever loses will likely have to switch away from that and go more towards scaling. And from what we've seen of both Titan and Natuno, skilling isn't necessarily the, shall we say, favored option for either of these bot lanes.
And I mean, imagine if you're Natuno, you get to ego pick your Draven into Titan. If you take him down, what a mental edge that would give. But on the other side, if Natuno pulls this one out and then gets completely shut down, I mean, you genuinely wonder what that could mean for the best of 5 moving forward. But the players, they're getting loaded onto the Rift. It's all about these bottom lanes. A tale of struggles and success. But the fact remains, our 3 and 4 seed, or rather our 4 and 5 seed heading into playoffs, they're about to face off.
Yeah, and for both these teams, I love the fact KaBuM actually opted to give Natuno that Draven in the bot lane, because Natuno and Seos have been struggling immensely throughout the regular season. And if it doesn't work for Natuno, it's not the end of the world. It is the best of 5. It works. Huge confidence boost. Titan in the bush, perfectly. Gonna be safe. Gonna spot out the invade. Nothing's gonna happen. Not even vision really put down by either side.
paiN Gaming actually moving all 5 members down towards this side of the map, saying, hey, that's our jungle. Get out. And KaBuM, they're going to find House, forced to flash away. So nice early advantage for paiN.
Yeah, Titan didn't have to burn anything to get out from the bot side gank, whereas Karma not having that might be an option for Karyoka to start looking for some ganks mid. You were highlighting earlier, Hawk, the Karyoka Dinkido connection. The fact that when Karyoka does well, a lot of times it is in conjunction with Dinkido. So I feel like this might be the opening they could look to exploit.
And paiN still not done. They're actually going to maybe have a split map on the bottom side, which when we talk about how important these bottom lanes are, could be so advantageous for them. It's going to be Karyoka stealing away the blue buff. Now onto those wolves. Titan Curie, they do have to respect the early wave state, but with Natuno Seos showing, everyone should be pretty safe. And now the question remains, how can KaBuM get Malrang onto this side of the map, potentially have an impact and not let this Draven fall behind?
Yeah, that's on Lonely up there. If you can get proud that top side, Malrang can go counter jungle. If he doesn't, then it becomes very, very risky, because right now Dinkido is perfectly fine with the shove in the bot lane. Not even level 2 yet, just abusing the range advantage. And now with the level advantage as well, Natuno and Seos, they are not in a position to aggress. That is a horrific position for a Draven in the early game.
Yeah, it feels pretty terrible, and I love this adaptation from Titan and Curie. Double Hail of Blades, and the heal on Curie as well. Basically, just to say, we can freely trade on you whenever we want with just auto attacks, and we'll probably win. Draven, notoriously difficult to quick trade on, but same with Lee Sin, as Karyoka does find Malrang. Gonna result in any sort of kill, but a nice health advantage over to the paiN Gaming jungler, trying to keep control of the bottom side of the map. I think Malrang knows something's up with Natuno and Seos hitting that level 2. Big wave under tower with Karyoka here. I don't think there's a dive here, RMC. It's gonna be a crash down onto Curie with the stun to follow. Ignite dropped, but with no one tanking the tower, paiN Gaming is able to walk away.
That's so unfortunate. Karyoka actually got stuck in the minion wave, couldn't look for the Lee Sin Q, and now the advantage you got from the Pokemon to Malrang largely nullified. You still push Malrang out, don't get me wrong, but you don't get the kills, and that's what you're looking for. Unless, surely they're not looking for a second dive.
No, there's no way. Natuno, though, it's been taken pretty low. I think it might still be a bad base timer and good CS advantage over the Titan. So even though you don't get the kills, which of course was what you were looking for, it is an advantage over to paiN. And Karyoka has an entire jungle to go back and farm should he wish to. Malrang still going to be waiting on some of those respawns. But I think, to your point, critically, KaBuM able to survive that.
Yeah, first plate already taken by Titan and Curry. And let's be honest here, Hawk. Yes, good rotation from Karyoka, but this wasn't because of a jungle gank. Titan and Curry were already dominating the bot lane 2v2, and that spells good things for a Malrang. Back onto the map, looking to try and counter invade because Karyoka went for the bot side gank. Malrang knows that, hey, you only actually took 1 buff at that time. But as we said, it's the Lonely Wiser sort of matchup that will enable this sort of invade to come through. And because Lonely couldn't hold Wiser there, they're not confident that they will win that 2v2. And Malrang gets shafted by a 3-camp steal to start the game.
Yeah, I mean, Karyoka just able to power farm right now. And they actually don't know where the Lee Sin is. Didn't see him on the Scryer plant. And Malrang, path down towards the bottom side of the map, will be able to get the respawn of the Wolves and the Gromp now. But I almost wonder if not seeing the Lee Sin made him feel compelled to hover onto this side with the wave pushing away from the Natuno and Seos. Potential for the Lee Sin to be lurking. Malrang also having picked up an early Doran's Blade on that first base, something we see a lot of these early skirmish junglers do. It just provides such efficient stats for 450 gold. So going to make that early Jarvan skirmishing that bit better. try to fight back against what has so far, despite not resulting in too big of an advantage, been a very solid paiN Gaming early.
100%. And I like the idea of it. You pick up the Duran's Blade because you want early action. It will set you behind a little bit later in the game. So for Malrang, he's just saying, I want to do this. But unfortunately, what he doesn't realize is the ward situation to the spot side. You dodge Sentinel, great. But that sneaky ward that Titan and Curry put down earlier, Titan actually, the one putting that one down, will spot this gank and will waste time for Malrang.
Yeah, and I will say, RMC, this is something that we've seen from Malrang for a long time that has sometimes been his downfall. So willing to give up camps to try to make plays, which when it works in a big way because it can be so unexpected. But when good vision control comes down like that for paiN, to spot anything out, Malrang falling pretty far behind in the jungle matchup, and now paiN can go aggressive with Carioca behind them. Getting a chunk onto Natuno, forced to run away. That's going to be a flashback forward, though. Seos goes in with the trigger pull. Glacial Augment slowing them down, but the damage isn't there as Natuno forced to flee. Dinkato first on the roam will deter KaBuM, and it's a flash burn for the summoners of Titan.
Hey, I'd take that in terms of summoner trait, but the bigger problem for me right now is Natuno is so incredibly low house, roaming up from the mid lane, and Dinkato is perfectly fine with this. Dinkato can still rotate out. They still have the health bar advantage. Natuno can't make it here, so it will be a 4v3 if KaBuM overcommit.
I'll run no flash either. If he goes in for the flag and drag steal, would be a one-way trip. And I think this one is going the way of paiN. So more pressure, more jungle attention to the bottom side results in yet another paiN Gaming advantage. The gold still staying relatively even, but it's like a kettle of tea. You can hear the steam screaming to escape.
And Hawk, it's actually really, really balanced. As much as we're seeing paiN take full control of this bot side, look at that gold differential. It's less than 100 between these two teams. It keeps teetering back and forth. So KaBuM is still laning just fine. Really, it's just the lack of pressure on this bot lane. And in the mid lane, the fact that Dinkato is kind of falling behind a little bit does concern me. A lot of times this split, we've seen Dinkato win out the lane and not have the late game impact, especially on this Ahri. Now, if you lose the lane and don't have late game impact, then the Ahri pick really feels like it's been neutered, and paiN feel like they're fighting a 4.5v5 for most of this game.
The Ahri champion, I think, that I associate so much with Dinkato having incredible performances on it, particularly in the Split 2 playoffs last year. I mean, this has been a huge boon for this player throughout his career, but falling pretty far behind. I mean, that was another wave denied. Seos went mid to help. Howes pushed that one out. So it's about a 10 CS advantage to your point. But again, I'm still looking at the bottom side of the map because here's the other thing. You know that the longer nobody dies in bottom, the bigger a target gets painted on Natuno's back. He has both summoners up and available, but those adoration stacks only going to continue coming the longer he stays alive.
Yeah, and the moment they take him down, Hawk, the inverse is true as well. paiN start to pop off at that point because they're not afraid of dying. They're not afraid of losing, of giving over those stacks if they can cut it first. So we're seeing the continued attention. Carioca has snuck into a bush. They don't know on the side of KaBuM just yet.
And Carioca not spotted out just yet. Titan, Curie walking forward. No one also willing to do the void grubs. Malrang on the top side of the map, but he's just farming up. Weiser even going to walk over to check them. So nothing really being lost for the jungle attention spent bot. Natuno, Seos, not stepping up, not going down, and now they will finally spot out the Lee Sin.
Yeah, and even now, I'm not expecting Malrang to kind of go for that Void Grubs. I think it's just too dangerous. They don't know there's vision on it, but they've got to assume that if they start seeing Malrang up there, and with the way, again, the poke coming down from Titan Korea has been so effective, Seos and Natuno are almost always in diveable range. Malrang and Carioca, they don't know.
Yeah, it's going to be 2v2 in mid as Howes puts down the tether. Carioca, though, safeguarding out of the bush. Malrang saying, hello, I am here, missing the Dragon Strike, and everybody just going to walk away.
Yeah, kind of what's been happening in the bot side, but a little bit different. It feels like bot side paiN have the advantage. Mid lane, KaBuM do, and that's why Malrang gets to step up, gets to chase Carioca away. Lonely at level 8 could look to aggress on the jungle if he thinks he can get reinforcements from the mid lane, but Dinkato is shading up and clearing the wave as fast as he can.
And it's going to be Carioca, I believe, finally starting up those grubbies. So, Curly, Mo, and Larry going to get hit up finally, but Howes is walking over. And with Dinkato low on mana, this is a bit of a dangerous take. I think Carioca should only take one and not the subsequent grubs. And in fact, that will be the choice. paiN Gaming taking one, albeit very small objective away, but yet again, nothing in response.
So, Hawk, here in CBLOL English, what we've done is we've decided to embrace the Portuguese names for these void grubs. We've gone with do, edu, or in English, that would have been Ed, and Eddie. So,
Oh, that's so good. Oh, I love that. Do, and Edu?
yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, Weiser is putting Lonely into some doo-doo, as that's going to be a explosive cask back. Lonely forced to flash away with the Dominus HP. Good kick flash follow from Karaoke. Makes it not enough. First blood over to paiN.
And that was so close, Hawk. It was almost do, or don't do, because Lonely just needed a little bit more help. Malrang, if he flashed, maybe could have got the flag and drag to buy time. And for all the attention into the bot lane, funnily enough, it is the top side where they get that first blood. Now, I don't think it's going to change anything too much, Hawk, because I think they're going to be locked up there still till the turret falls. But hey, as a paiN fan, I'll take that.
Oh, and I think LS just fell to the floor in a Walmart RMC as Weiser, with that kill, completes a Sunfire, but we can get another look at this topside play.
Yeah, and it's nice and easy because of the numbers advantage, because Lonely was pushed up so far. You just couldn't get there. Right there, if Malrang had maybe flashed and then used the flag and drag, maybe you buy time. But it's such an iffy thing, and I don't blame Malrang for not doing it. Now you still have that ultimate. But I feel like for Malrang to make that worth, to make sure that Lonely's sacrifice was not in vain, I have to see a gank somewhere from Malrang.
Yeah, I mean, there is an honest question to wonder, is that kill on Gragas actually that relevant, or would you rather have that flash for the big dragon fight that might be happening in 10 seconds? It all depends on whether or not Malrang can make something happen. Right now, he's hovering towards mid on a control ward. paiN Gaming does not know where the KaBuM jungler is, although they might be able to surmise based on how things are being played, and in fact, they will spot him now. Karaoke's behind his bottom lane as well. Dinkato already on the roam, but it looks like no fight going to start. All summoners up and available on the side of the map, save for Karaoke's flash. The dragon is now started.
It's an interesting choice from the side of KaBuM, given how much damage Natuno and Zeus actually constantly take in this bot side, but they've committed to this dragon, and paiN doesn't look like they're contesting it.
Well, they're moving over towards mid now. How's, though, doing a good job of marking them out of the fight, and it is going to be the Ocean Dragon secured by KaBuM. Hextech Soul is going to be the one of choice, making these dragons all so important, but 1-for-1 apiece at this moment means we're a good ways away from that.
And normally, Hawk, I'd say with a Kalista on your team, I don't understand why you wouldn't contest for these dragons, especially if you're winning the lane. But because the other side's a Draven, okay, I guess they just wanted to prioritize the CS instead. Malrang,
it's going to be Ashero, but Seo's flashing in. It is immediately answered by Titan. TP behind. I don't think there's really anything here. House is going to show up, though. Dinkato already on the roam. Wave is small, but that's going to be a kick into the wall. Commit forward, but the charm goes wide. Malrang now has found Dinkato, and that's going to be a kill going over to Seos of all people. Natuno not able to cash in, but it's a 1-for-0 in favor of KaBuM.
Despite the 1-for-0, right now, Hawk, paiN are still on the aggressive. The health bars are so low for KaBuM. I could see them just punishing in. There's no dragon. Instead, they just kind of reset. And I think KaBuM, they get away with literal murder in that 1-for-0.
Yeah, I mean, it looked so good for paiN. They found the pick onto Howls, but somehow was able to buffer the flash away from the charm, I do believe. And then the collapse, so good. KaBuM getting everything on this bottom side of the map, except for the cash-in.
And that could potentially be huge. We get to see how this starts again. And props to paiN. They are very, very patient with this, right? Great flash lens away from time to make sure you don't get caught. And they see the TP and they're just saying, okay, you know what? We're okay. We've got equal numbers. We can recommit. The problem is where they recommit. The fact that they're basically under turret when this happens. Yeah, Dinkato ends up taking multiple turret shots. If not, they win, or at worst, they walk away. But the turret does make all the difference. And we've seen this overzealousness from paiN quite a bit in that second half. On one hand, it's good you're being proactive. On the other, it's not good that you're giving up free kills.
Good awareness from Malrang as well to immediately hit the flag and drag onto that Ahri. Dinkato, no flash up and available, not able to escape. paiN Gaming, though, not deterred, immediately back onto the top side of the map, going to take away the Rift Herald with the lane swap having come through. Now, Dinkato, flashless Ahri in the bottom side with multiple members, might need to be careful. Okay, everyone's just going to go back towards mid. It's just going to be a Herald taken for nothing. The bottom lane's moving towards mid. We are firmly into the mid game.
Yep, and with this time as well, Hawk, what you do have to pay attention to is items coming through. We're starting to see the first completed items. And for KaBuM, this is actually a power spike for them. The Malignants picked up 4 Hows. And for Natuno, you're building lethality, which means you're more efficient in the early game. You look across the paiN, no real tanks. Like, Weiser will be a tank, but there's a big question of whether Weiser will be at these next couple of fights coming up. Karaoke the Sunderer, sure, you heal up really quickly, but you're actually still very squishy. So for KaBuM, they should be actively looking to play around Natuno. And not only is he strong right now, but he still has all those stacks he hasn't cashed.
Yeah, and I mean, Dragon in 2 minutes. You would think that would be the moment that we choose to fight, if not sooner. Seo's not having flash, though, does mean that the engage potential from KaBuM is significantly lower. I will point out, we talked about, was it worth saving the flash for Malrang in that topside play? Well, every top laner is back up now. So,
Sure.
Malrang never used his. I don't know. Maybe he could have saved Lonely and actually prevented that kill from going down.
Well, what could have been, Hawk? Unfortunately, we will never know. Dragon is not even coming up yet, and you're already seeing the team start to scrap for position around this. You can tell, as you said, Hawk, KaBuM want to look for this Dragon, but losing that bot side turret will mean that it'll be a little bit more dangerous for them to get in there. They won't have that auto bounce back. They won't have the vision control. I think paiN making very good use of this sort of pre-Dragon time. They're not wasting time setting up vision that will get cleared out.
And you know, as the things have sort of slowed down, I do want to take a step back. We talked about a tale of struggles and answering problems, right? And on the side of paiN Gaming, I do think so far, Karaoke as well as Malrang have both done a pretty decent job of getting involved. I know that was a big concern that we had about Karaoke in particular, was his involvement in the early game. He was able to take away one of the first two dragons, traded evenly in Void Grubs, and did a very good job of allowing Titan and Curie to play the way that they wanted to. On the other side for Natuno, though, another player that perhaps had not really been living up to expectation, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think Natuno has really been able to get in the game the way he's wanted to, at least so far.
No, 100% not, right? You picked the Draven to smash the Kalista in lane, and not only have you not picked up a kill, which, hey, that happens in CBLOL.
He's got a farm
bounty. How to play around a Draven. But yeah, you're down CS as well. So you obviously didn't manage to win out that bot side whatsoever. So I agree right now. Karaoke's redemption, I'll put on hold because it's the late game on the Lee Sin and buy that has been very, very sus. We haven't hit that point yet. But at least for Natuno, game one has not been it.
And we'll see if a big cash-in can be the thing that changes it. Everybody grouping up around mid, wanting to push in this wave, get control, and move towards the river. It is mostly KaBuM wards so far, but paiN, they're strong arming their way in. Wiser first on the roam. Lonely yet to join so far. Really any good major TP flank wards to speak of. Herald just going to get summoned up as KaBuM.
We're taking
forced
it
to
in.
defend their tier 1. Okay, Karaoke, he's got his driver's license. He's able to get the easiest crash of his life, but not much else.
Yeah, Lonely able to kind of answer a crash in the top side. It won't do as much turret damage, but you are denying some of that CS. And for all of what paiN just did there, they are still not starting up this Dragon. I thought they'd use the Herald to get that pressure. They haven't even cleared the vision out around the Dragon pit. So I think KaBuM are saying, okay, you know what? You didn't get the turret. There were no plates to get. We're kind of okay with this trade so far.
Okay, now the Dragon finally get it starting up. Enough teasing, okay? We picked these bottom lane stuff fight. 18 minutes in, only 2 kills. That's not enough as the Dragon's down to 6K. Look for Malrang and Seos to go for the big engage, but Wiser is marking them. Lonely on the flank. Dinkato answering. Dragon getting low. It's going to be a smite fight as it is secured by Karaoke. But now they're in onto the Lee Sin as he's going to be the first to die. Wiser trying to zone out Natuno, but Lonely's huge into pit. Double flash out from the paiN bot lane as it's going to be 1-0, but Dragon going the way of paiN.
And normally, Hawk, I'd say paiN wins that out. Dragon for a kill is worth it every time. But we've seen this from paiN time and time and time again. And this is why we get worried for Karaoke. Did you have to die there? That's the big question mark. Could you have looked to skirmish? But paiN, they prioritize the objective at the cost of their jungler. And this time it works out as the game goes on. I am not so confident that trade will be worth it later on.
Especially when you talk about Baron being on the map. You give your jungler's life for a dragon, and all of a sudden, that objective could just go over. But RMC, to continue, refreshing on the narrative, that kill did not go to Natuno. In fact, he didn't even get participation in it.
Yeah, because of the way the fight got split up. Again, paiN and a lot of CBLOL teams. Draven has always been a bit of a CBLOL special, but it also means the teams know how to deal with Dravens. And we've seen this before. I still remember back, I think it was 2021 split 1, that split where paiN actually won. BRTT played Draven and didn't get a kill until like 24, 25 minutes into the game. So it wouldn't surprise me if that happens to Natuno as well, but it will happen eventually. Make no doubt of it. If the fights go at all even, Draven will pick up some just by sheer dint of his damage.
Yeah, I'm actually so curious. Next time they click on Draven, we got to look at the number of stacks he has, because I mean, at this point, Natuno's getting like a full completed item off a kill, you would have to think. Like, he's got so many adoration stacks, surely.
Yeah, so one nice change that CBLOL has made with their overlays, which I absolutely love, is stacks now show.
Look at that. Yeah, there it is.
Summoners. Yeah, so it's 429, I think.
And
I can't see. It's too small.
And it's not, I'm not a Draven player. It's not a 1-to-1 ratio of like stacks to gold, right? You get more gold than stacks, if I'm not mistaken. So that's like a 800 gold cash in or something.
Well, you do, but at the same time, I think that is the gold count because he's only got 195 CS. So
okay,
I'm not 100% sure what that's showing, but as you said, it's a no, it can't be only like maybe that's like in tens or something because yeah, that can't be only 400 plus gold by 20 minutes.
No, it's
Natuno hasn't done it, so he hasn't.
I want to say it's like 2 gold per stack. Draven players in the chat are going to be flaming us for this. This is one of the 2 champions in the game that I refuse to play. It's Draven and actually Kalista. It's both these 80 carries. I'm like, I can't do it. They don't click with me for some reason.
Fair enough. I love Draven, so you'd think that I know this off the top of my head. I believe it's 40 plus 2.5 times stacks is how the adoration works. But I don't. So I'm assuming those are the stacks.
So that's like an 1,000 gold cash in. So that's like a big chunk of change that Nintendo's got sitting on him.
Yeah, and he needs to cash it in soon, or else really, what is the point? Opportunity being picked up by Natuno will be. I want to see if he can convert that opportunity into a certainty. No Ornn here, so no upgrade that way. But again, still waiting for this Draven to pop off.
Yeah, Natuno, he's got a lot of cash stuffed under his mattress right now, but pretty soon a burglar might break in if he's not able to take it to the bank. So I would agree. I think he's got to get that done, but both these teams have been very content to play a slow game. Malrang, though, has hex gated behind Weiser, has a tier 1 turret to fall back to, as well as the explosive cask. I don't think he dies here, however. Getting taken fairly low. Cataclysm still available, as well as the flash. That's going to be the flash, but it's followed by Malrang. Well played by KaBuM to pick one up in the side.
That took forever. I was just watching them kind of.
It's quite tanky.
He is already, with 2 items completed for Weiser. Actually, I do believe he got that before that fight happened. And unfortunately for the rest of paiN, as long as that took, they weren't able to capitalize on the other side of the map. Baron is up. They don't have the damage or they don't have the tank to actually start that up. So it's a free kill for KaBuM. It might be a turret as well in their pocket. By the way, KaBuM have yet to take a turret this game.
That's actually, I mean, looking at these drafts, you would not have been able to have me guess in a million years that this game would be this slow. 22.5 minutes in, only 4 total kills have gone down, 1 grub apiece, 2 dragons to 1, and 1 tower to 0. I would have thought it would be double the pace. Finally, KaBuM gets their tower, making the gold now essentially completely equal. But, I mean, are we really just going to do another big dragon fight at 30 seconds? Are we doing the CBLOL special of only fight for neutrals?
Well, even if we do, Hawk, I actually want to see a fight this time, right? I don't want
to see not just a single kill. I want everyone to die.
Yeah, I don't want to see Karaoke sacrifice to get at the altar of a dragon. Like it's something they've done all split long, and it hasn't really worked out. And as you mentioned last time, Baron is on the table this time, Hawk. So if they do sack Karaoke, there is a chance for KaBuM to just turn and burn on that Baron instead.
KaBuM grouping up on the mid wave. They want to take control. They are the ones with full wards in the river. It's going to be paiN yet again, forced to face check as the unit does walk in. Curie has been taken to about half HP as the dragon has started. Blue Trinket does spot it out. Hawk shots will help the approach as well. TP from Kato. Look for Seos sitting on a nice position as well as Lonely. They want to pincer into this choke, but Titan's just going to commit onto Lonely. That's a lot of damage onto the Crocodile as he's getting burned down. Dragons are secured by KaBuM, but that's going to be a 1 for 0. Now, KaBuM forced to defend their mid lane tier 1 as... Wow, paiN actually going to respect the threat. I'm going to be honest, RMC, I thought they could have taken that one with a brute force play, but instead they're onto the Baron. Whoa, 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 whoa. We are accelerating.
Is this respect or disrespect, Hawk? Because Explosive Cast could have found the pick, but onto Baron, they are taking the debuff. Weiser was attacking. Weiser in there.
Already onto Seos. That's going to be a nice Explosive Cask in the middle of everyone as Seos is forced to Magna Storm away. Here goes Karaoke into the backline, but that's onto a Rel. He isn't able to find everybody, but now they got Natuno as he cashes in before he dies. 1,700 gold. Take it to the bank, but it's paiN winning the fight regardless.
They don't get the Baron, though, and even then, Hawk, on the turn, it was slow from paiN. Is this worth it? I feel like no. To me, kills facilitate objectives, and paiN used an objective to facilitate the kills, but they lost out on the Dragon. They don't get the turret. They don't get the Baron.
And oh my word, I don't think the fight was worth it at all, because even though the kills were in favor of paiN Gaming, it's now 3 items on Draven. He cashed in for so much, it equalized the gold. We can take another look at this fight though. KaBuM onto the Dragon and paiN onto Lonely.
And this pick, I can respect, right? Going for Lonely, sacking the Dragon, it's only the second Drake they're giving over to KaBuM. That's okay. But I agree with you. I think you siege up this turret. I think you look for the pick and instead you go for the Baron. And look at the turn. Look at the call. Weiser finds a beautiful engage. Titan actually steps away. Curry got zoned out. And sure, Dinkato's got some damage, but you needed the sustained damage to win the fight. Once they actually get in there, it's okay. But they took so long to get in there that, yeah, as you pointed out, and I sound like a broken record at this point, Natuno got stacks, Natuno cashed out. Natuno, very good now.
He's up in items on Titan. I mean, this is ridiculous. Up nearly 2 kills worth of gold. And with that spike, it's actually going to be KaBuM now starting up the Dragon. Dinkato low on mana, no teleport because he used it to get into the Dragon. This is looking like a really difficult position. The Baron down to 8,000. Carioca wants to try to find a smite deal. You would have to think that's a one-way trip. It's a TP in from Weiser as Dinkato dashing forward. They find a charm on a Malrang as well as a lot of damage. But with the Baron Rift, they're able to walk away. Titan taking so much. Now paiN, they're the ones leashing it. I don't think you want this. Just disengage the fight, paiN. Malrang diving in and he's one-shot by Titan. But now the Baron is secured. What is happening? It's a flash body slam from Weiser as Lonely dies in the fight. 3 kills. No, Seo survives. It's only 2 over to paiN. Natuno will die in the end. It is a complete mess in the Rift as Titan picks up a triple in the Baron.
Titan, this is why paiN picked up Titan. This is why I was talking about the bot lane, Hawk, because Titan Curry, they make it happen. And in these clutch moments, for better or for worse, Titan will make it happen. I thought it was insane that they decided to try and start up the Baron, pick it up where KaBuM left off. But Titan knew better. Malrang just could not get in there. And now with this push, they get an easy inner turret. They're not settling. They are trying to speed up the pace of the game. They're trying to nullify the advantage that Natuno got earlier in that kill. And by golly, Hawk, I'd say they've done it.
You know, RMC, this is the thing I love about CBLOL, is sometimes fights just defy all laws of logic and physics. This was certainly one of them.
Yeah, Titan, look at him. He's still in the pit, and he tagged it up. You can see that was not necessarily the call for the entire team, but he spaces so well. And because of these compositions, KaBuM's big AoE is on the rel, right? And because Seos couldn't get in there, because Malrang was already so low, there was no threat on Titan whatsoever. And because of that, Titan gets the free fire, gets the triple kill, gets the Baron, and yep, respect Titan, you deserve that.
Titan is always going to be Titan, showing off after a big pop-off play. And I mean, after all of that, hey, it doesn't have to be pretty. You just got to get the job done. That is now a 4,500 gold lead over to paiN. They have the Baron buff to try to extend it. And Weiser actually, I mean, we talked about him as another player that struggled so far in the back half of the split, and we haven't really talked about him much in this game. He has been doing very well on this Gragas pick.
100%. And just the funny thing is with this Gragas pick too, Hawk, you just need to stand there and you'd be effective. But Weiser's doing more than that. He's actually finding really good engage angles. And this is the Weiser that we know and we love and that has been missing for much of the second round robin. The laning still wasn't the best, but at least this game, his timing and his flanks have been on point. And now on this push, the explosive cast that Weiser has could very well be the big game breaker. If he facilitates a pick with that, paiN guaranteed themselves at least one turret.
Oh, nice arrow on the house and the explosive cast to follow it up. Nice bomba from Weiser to pick up a kill. It's going to be the tier 2 as well. Curie making it happen from downtown.
Okay, we're hyping up Weiser's explosive cast. That was, to be fair, mostly Curry. Great pick potential. And for KaBuM, you got to sack both these inner turrets. You can't step up. You can't defend this. And paiN, that's all they want. 20 seconds left on the Baron. It's not enough to get anything else. Grab the Dragon, go home, reset.
And I mean, at this point, hey, look, RMC might have happened about 14 minutes later than I thought it would. But this is kind of the point in the game where, you know, it hits that solo queue moment where you're like, wow, guys, our composition sucks. We can't win because our Draven is behind.
Oh, man, there's a thing about Titan Zada Exquisidelio or something like that. I can't pronounce it. It's basically the Titan X Factor. That's not a direct translation. There is no direct translation. But that is basically what it is. And we just got to see it in that last Baron fight. I'll tell you what, Hawk. Right now, paiN is winning. I'd still like to see one more big fight from paiN. And I'd love to see Titan pop off once again.
I wouldn't complain either. It has been a treat to watch the Kalista so far. 5-0-1. has been the consistent performer on paiN Gaming through the back half of the split and making that remain true so far. The rest of paiN, at least so far in this first game, rallying around him. Natuno not able to resurge in the same way. I definitely think the Draven may be a pick to try to get some confidence back, or perhaps was overconfidence in and of itself. Has definitely not worked out so far.
Yeah, and for KaBuM, it does look pretty cut and dried, partially because of the way these comps operate. Yes, there's still pick potential from KaBuM, but given that Weiser sort of hit that tanky state, it feels like whichever side gets ahead is going to stay ahead. And for KaBuM, I do want to see them try and punch back a little bit, though, because so far, a lot of what we've seen has been paiN playing forward, KaBuM kind of responding. Even that Baron call felt like the one really proactive play we've seen out of KaBuM in these last 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I would most certainly agree. It's been a lot of just standing around and staring at each other, which is more of what we're doing now. paiN Gaming, they no longer have the Baron in hand, so very difficult for them to siege these inhibitor turrets, especially with a relatively short-ranged composition. They do have a lot of pick that, though, so KaBuM needs to be careful retaking even the smallest part of their jungle. I mean, Asher on Aseo's nice. Crash down buffer, though, will keep him alive.
And paiN trying to facilitate the pick. They do have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, so it could come flying out from all the way in base where Curry is right now. And yeah, Weiser's just split pushing in the meantime. Without any damage items, the split push from Weiser is slow, but it is also sure. And I don't feel like they have anybody who can actually answer that at this point. Like, Lonely would go up and cut the wave, and Weiser just be like, okay, cool. I still get 2 autos in your turret.
I mean, I also think paiN just properly recognizing that they don't really have to do anything right now. Just keep all 3 waves shoved, and you can see how difficult it is for paiN to walk into their jungle, or rather KaBuM to walk into their jungle. paiN constantly harassing them. Eventually, this Baron's going to spawn in 30 seconds, and KaBuM will be forced to make a move out of their base, or they lose the objective, and that's when paiN can really close the trap. So, I mean, they're just doing a good job defending position. Hey, it doesn't have to be sexy, but it's getting it done.
Ooh. Arrow splits the uprights there. Doesn't find anybody, but Dinkido still looking for a potential charm. Weiser on the flank as well.
They're going to go on to him, but a nice body slam will keep him away. Rest of KaBuM, they have at least managed to push up mid lane, probably about as far as they have since the Baron was taken. The Tuno working on that next creep wave, but a nice chunk onto Lonely. Malrang not able to secure the Raptors. It's Carioca picking that one up. And now the Baron is on the map. Here comes the moment in which paiN must make a move. First blue trinket has been expended that they know that has been started. Dinkido, though, is marking. Look at Natuno on the bottom side of the fight. KaBuM going to try to play through mid. Baron down to half. Dinkido, another charm goes wide. Good chunk onto the Ashe.
Oh,
Weiser is zoning. He does so much damage. So much pick potential.
Tacky.
That's going to be the Baron dropping. Lonely. Ever lower. Oh my goodness. No one can get in. paiN, are they just going to walk away with it? KaBuM still searching. Now they're on a Carioca. This should be the first kill of the fight. Curie and Titan separated from the rest of the squad as Dinkido takes a base. Maybe they can try to teleport in and get them out. And in fact, they will. Here comes Dinkido, but this is a 5v3. Make it 2 as Curie is exploded in the fight. With Weiser joining, the numbers have been replenished, but it is an uphill battle. Only is so incredibly low. Nice charm from Dinkido, chunking out House and Malrang. I think paiN might be able to win this. The KaBuM health bars getting so low, but they made a nice collapse on the Dinkido. That's going to be a shutdown going the way of Natuno, with Lonely still looking to box in the team. Titan working on the wave. Weiser wants to buy space. Everybody's still searching for it as Titan flashing forward. Finds a slow. Auto Lonely. TP coming from House. They want to find the Kalista as he's fighting his way out. Looking to Kite. Kite. Dead. 1,000 gold over to House with the Cataclysm onto Weiser. And what a long extended play. And at the end of it all, paiN, they take the Baron, but all 5 members will die and lose their buffs.
For every throw, a catch, Hawk. And KaBuM through the last time. paiN returning the favor. Enchanted Crystal Arrow just to slow them down as paiN are looking to try and answer with Soul. And Hextech
they
Soul
want
boot.
They want the Soul Dragon. Carioca, he's not confident enough to start. He's just going to take the Scuttle Crab. That will give them some vision, but paiN, they already invested the double TP to try to get Titan and Curie out. So much used for so little reward, and it means it's going to be difficult to find this fight. Now Malrang has got Carioca in his sights. Natuno, he does a lot of damage to everybody not named Weiser, and that should be Hextech Soul denied. Wiser, Titan still dead.
Kato already back thanks to the Hex Tech gates, able to transfer really quickly. Can Karaoke get the steal? He's in there. He's done it before.
Karaoke goes for the steal. Kato that comes up with it. Kato, are you kidding me? Karaoke more than willing to trade his life for the cause. Hex Tech soul over to paiN.
We had questions, Hawk, about this top side from paiN. It has been Wiser. It has been Karaoke who's been struggling. But in these last year's events, it wasn't on them. And here, this is the interesting call, because look at where Titan and Curry go. The call from Titan was to fight. You do not run that way to escape. You run that way to buy time for the reset to come through. And frankly, when Dinkato and Wiser were there, I thought they could do it. The problem is right here, when Dinkato gets caught a little bit too deep. You spirit dashed in. And the moment that happened, CC comes down, and now it becomes unplayable. Now, there's not enough CC to buy space from Titan. The fact that it even gets this close is actually pretty disgusting.
Yeah, and look, it's just like Lee Syndrome, right? You're playing that Ahri, you're thinking to yourself, oh, I used my ult, I gotta use all the stacks, right? Dinkato, unfortunately, used the stacks in the wrong direction. The paiN fans looking distraught at the end of that one. Hey, at least, ladies, we can cheer up a little bit. We did secure the Hex Tech soul, so paiN, I think at the end of everything, they're probably fine with how that went.
True. Baron is temporary, soul is forever, Hawk. So the soul
Very
probably
true.
worth a little bit more, and being able to slow people down is going to be massive. Time
Okay.
caught, but it's Cataclysm, man. We talked about this. Everybody's got to dash the Pakuri.
Yep, Titan just able to hop his way over the Cataclysm wall. It is not very thick, and that's going to be that. Hey, look, I respect Malrang going for the attempt, and when you're level 16 Jarvan, the cooldown on the ultimate not going to be particularly long, so should have it back up for the next fight, as we are 37 minutes into a game that I thought would be over at 25 one way or the other. We have been going the distance, paiN and KaBuM. This is only game one, mind you, of a best of 5, throwing haymakers at each other, and dare I say, showing some of the struggles that we saw in the back half of the split on both sides.
Yeah, Hawk, 37 minutes in a game with no scaling champions, by the way. Like, I'm looking right now. Who's our best skiller? Maybe an Ahri?
Karma skills, okay. I mean, the damage, not so much, but the utility, or Gragas. I mean, Tank Gragas also scales pretty well. I don't know. It's definitely not the AD carries. It's definitely not the junglers, and support doesn't really matter. Yeah. So,
you know what? I bet Wiser's missing Atmas and Pill right now, because then those tank stats could actually be converted to damage. Wiser, though, is nigh unkillable. We saw last time it took 5 members, or all 5 members of KaBuM, on Wiser for a good, 10 seconds to actually take him down. And Wiser might very well be the difference. We joked earlier that Wiser's job is just to stand there and be a unit. If he just walks up, that's his job done. It just gets easier for Wiser. And now Titan having picked up a GA as well. KaBuM, it's just really incredibly tough for them. They need to outplay, and I need to see that happen. I don't think I've really seen that just yet.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I feel like at this point, I think Wiser could just walk up to Natuno and press the dance key, and as long as Natuno's not hitting anyone other than him, it's probably a winning fight for paiN, which is why it's so perplexing that we have not seen them win many fights in the last few minutes. They're actually down kills 9-11, and I think we're going to a third Baron, paiN taking control of the jungle with the purple worm spawning in 20 seconds.
Yeah, paiN, this is playoff paiN, to be fair. This is what we've seen from them for the last 3-4 splits, right? They play it safe and by the book because they know they're the better team fighting team. Except that so far, this game hasn't quite been true. So they only pick a fight when they are in position for it. Granted, as we mentioned, Wiser scaling does make this slightly favorable to them, but it's given KaBuM so many opportunities to try and come back. The fact that they haven't, I think, speaks to that KaBuM themselves are being a bit too conservative this game. You're not going to win by scaling. I need to see y'all pull the trigger faster. The Cataclysm from Malrang might not have worked last time, but it's back up and it's worth another shot.
The R5 Jarvan has really struggled to find impact. It's just so hard to lock down any of these members, and Dinkato doing a really good job. He chunked out Lonely first. Now Malrang, as we do have the BR Ram. Wiser on the top side of the map. That split push tank Gragas is working down a tower. Hey, RMC's got demolished. Boom! That tower is gone. Inhibitor now being worked on.
True. His autos don't do a lot of work, but every once in a while, what's it, 30-second cooldown? You get to absolutely bonk a structure. Inhibitor goes down. That's huge for paiN. They now have supers pushing top side that will give them more pressure. And Wiser still has TP. He can just rotate to the bot side if he wants. It takes a while, But this is paiN after all, and they will have the time to do so.
And KaBuM right now is doing what we call waffling, where they have no idea what to do, and they just gave up an inhibitor for free. Look, you're going to commit everybody to mid. I want to see you at least start a fight. Instead, it's Wiser playing that split push tank Gragas. Look, I had to get excited about something. That Demolish proc seemed as good as anything. Finally, paiN Gaming starting up the Baron. Blue trinkets are up and available for KaBuM. They know it has been started. Now flagging in the pit, they can see everything. Keep your eyes on Malrang. I think it's just going to be a smite fight. Baron getting burned down so fast. Here he comes into the pit, and it's secured by taiN. But what about the fight? Malrang trapped in the pit, but Seos will escort him out. DinKato dashing in. Good flash away from the Rel. Somebody wasn't able to find a charm. Everything just going to be traded back and forth. I believe it's flash for flash on our mid laners. Malrang as well, expending his to get into the pit. Yeah,
but Spirit Rush being down for DinKato in the next fight might be critical if we get into a fight, as Elder is coming up in 14 seconds, Hawk, and this game, we almost, I feel like, have as many objectives going down as we have seen kills.
Spirit Rush is on like a 20-second cooldown. DinKato's ult is already coming back up. How much CDR does Ari have? Is Lonely. That was maybe a bad TP. Seos needs to go for the ult just to get him away. Karioka takes so much damage as he dives into the backline. He will be the first to fall. Curie with a massive knockup onto multiple, but there's not much AoE to follow up. DinKato forced to run away from Lonely as it's Wiser with the body slam flash. Big explosive cast as taiN takes down the Crocodile. Now he's flashing into the fight. taiN's popping off. He's already found 4, and now he wants to look at House. Only one alive. paiN Gaming with the Baron. They can run it down mid.
Yeah, they're just looking to end. They still have the Baron buff as you called, so ending the game. Supers are already in base. They don't even need to walk a wave in, though it looks like they will. And House desperately trying to recall. As you mentioned, Hawk, Karma damage doesn't scale. Wave clear will not be sufficient from House.
Yeah, with the Baron buff as well. I just don't think he can get this done. 4 members alive, and Wiser doing a great job. Just going to zone away the Karma. First Nexus Tower's down. They're going to find the kill onto him. And paiN Gaming, it took 42 minutes, but they will strike first in this best of 5.
8, 1, and 4. Titan's final scoreline on this Kalista. Yes, he did mess up after that Baron, but we sit it to start, Hawk. The winner of the bot lane fight. They're going to have such a massive boost to their confidence and their morale, and I cannot begin to imagine what Natuno and Seos are feeling right now. Natuno, you got freed from your contract jail. Seos, you were MVP of the entire league, 3-time champion, and y'all can't win the lane on a counter matchup early game champion.
Yeah, I mean, and taiN wanted to throw so much praise his way as well. Popped off in that final fight. What a performance from the AD carry of paiN Gaming. And it is definitely going to be back to the drawing board. Look, I can see it. Game 1, KaBuM. They say maybe we can just style on these guys, get a quick one. Instead, it was a very long and agonizing loss. I think we just play for the team fights moving forward.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking too for the rest of the KaBuM, because I don't think it was a drop issue necessarily. Yes, they opted for the more dangerous kind of risk with the way they opted to drop there. You didn't really have a great comeback mechanic, but I'm more concerned that we didn't really see the engages come through from this team, right? You had the Rel, you had the J4. There are ways to get in there, but they felt very gun shy, and that is not a way you get to play against teams like paiN, like Loud.
Yeah, it's weird. It almost felt like the most effective engages from KaBuM were people that Lonely found. With the Ruthless Predator, it wasn't so much Seos or Malrang getting things started in a big way. Maybe it's the lack of AoE follow-up. Maybe it's the fact that Jarvan 4 was not very good that game. I don't know. But I think the fact remains, I am in agreement, regardless of how you feel about the draft. It's not like KaBuM didn't have win conditions. They simply just were not able to activate any of them. And now, facing a 0-1, they want to try to bounce back and not go down early. I mean, if this rest of the series is to go like this, though, I think we're in for a treat.
Fair enough. And again, it's only game 1, right? It's a best of 5. paiN needs to win at least 2 more games. So KaBuM, they're not in a desperate spot whatsoever just yet. And given what you said, Hawk, I agree. I think Lonely performed really well. The Aatrox, right? Let's not forget, he blinded the Renekton early. So the Aatrox that has worked so well for Lonely is still a potential option. And given what we saw, I think, Hawk, if you give Lonely Aatrox, that game swings very, very differently.
Yep, I would most certainly agree. Well, Only time will tell whether or not he's able to get it and have impact. We're going to throw it to a quick break, but when we return, we will be back with the second game of this incredible best of 5 between paiN Gaming and KaBuM. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back, everyone, where we, a short while ago, saw quite an action. Well, actually, it was not an action-packed game one. That was a bad term. It was a long, arduous grind of a game one. I'm still Hawk. I'm still joined by RMC, and we are about to have game two of paiN Gaming against KaBuM on your screens.
Well, Hawk, as a minion caster, I can say it was very action-packed for us. A lot of us were slain, and there was a lot of action in the lanes against PvE. But I agree, the early game was very, very slow, despite the Kalista and the Draven. I don't know if I feel happy or sad, Hawk, that the Kalista's been bad this game.
I think the Tuno is going to be happy because he picked the Draven into it and it did not work out. And that was the tale of the game. Titan, after being one of the only consistent performers in the back half of the split for paiN, showed up. And Natuno, after some struggles, did not That is going to be, I think, the biggest question that we need to see answered in game number 2 is, can Natuno bounce back maybe on one of those more team fight-oriented AD carries that we saw him get an MVP on in 2023 Split 1. Talia, to round out the bans, a lot of mid and bottom focus from both sides. Are we going back to something more lane-focused? Yes, we are. Natuno picking up the Lucian.
Yeah, and if you recall back to the regular season, Hawk, the last time these two teams met in the regular season, it was KaBuM winning out, and it was Natuno on Lucian, Seos on Nami that went 9-0-5. So I'm curious see what paiN's answer is. We do see the Caitlyn, and if you cast your mind back, Caitlyn Milio was their answer at first. It won't be that. The Zeri, this was what titan ran with the Lucian, and he went 1-5-0. I am not sold by it.
I would have liked the Caitlyn way more. I mean,
Agreed.
It's been half of the Caitlyn games in the CBLOL has been played by Titan, and I believe he had an 100% win rate on the pick, or maybe a 1-2 of 3. He did pilot the champion very well. So I am also surprised to see the Zeri come out and not try to dominate the lane. Instead, Titan saying, okay, I'm going to go much more towards the scaling. The Ahri getting picked up again for Dinkato. I will say, RMC, it was not a massive game from Dinkato, but I think he piloted the champion well enough for me in game 1 that it makes it worth going back to Comfort.
Agreed, that's fair. And I think the coaching staff did say that they've been practicing a lot of this Lee Sin Ahri combination for Dinkato and Carioca. And while I'm going to be honest, I wasn't super impressed by it. Wasn't in the regular season, still am not.
Fine.
Yeah, it does its thing. And really, the game to me revolves more around Weiser and Titan. And Titan going with Zeri Lulu. This was the exact same matchup, like right down to the supports. I'm concerned. I need to see Weiser get a counter pick and smash his lane.
I mean, the lane is just so unplayable for the bottom lane of paiN. They hyperscale ad infinitum, don't get me wrong. And KaBuM already, I think I have damage concerns later on into the game for them. But yeah, I mean, Natuno and Seos, hey, if there's any time to prove that you all are former MVPs and can smash a lane, it is definitely this one here in game number 2. I also want to point out back on the Karma for House, he got pretty decently ahead of Dinkato in this exact same matchup in game number 1. But as we go to the turn, I think big things I'm looking for paiN Gaming are who is going to bridge this Zeri Lulu into the late game. What do you pair alongside that Ahri that can get a lead for itself?
And I also need to see paiN remove some of these things that could accelerate the game for KaBuM. They already have great early game. If they get their hands on the Xin Zhao as well, Hawk, I fear paiN have no bridge that can survive the sheer amount of pressure that will get put down KaBuM. They've learned their lesson. They've removed the Lee Sin component here. And I tell you what I don't want to see, Hawk. Vi or Carioca. Because their comp was Gnar, Vi, Karma, Zeri, Lulu the last time they played. And sure, they don't have the Karma this time, but the Vi was really not it.
Yeah, RMC, I think I've seen enough poly bridge to know that when you're trying to build a bridge, you put too much weight on top of it and it's going to collapse no matter how well you think you built it. You gotta get to the other side somehow, and maybe that means making the bridge shorter. It's a long bridge right now for paiN Gaming that they need to build. The Poppy, I do think, is a good ban. This signals to me that they want to go towards one of those, again, aggressive, skirmish-oriented junglers that can get in there and start plays, and it, you know, Poppy oftentimes so good at denying that thing while being relatively proactive in her own right early on.
Xin Zhao. Okay, thank goodness.
Hey, they haven't locked it yet. They haven't locked it yet.
No, we are not doing this right now, paiN. Okay.
RMC's going through the 5 stages of grief right now with the hovers. Kayn might be the worst one. Okay, there we go. Xin Zhao, Carioca, no dismay, at least yet, for you.
Why are you playing with my heart like that, paiN? So I was very concerned. The Ivan would have been great for the late game, but as you said, Hawk,
would have been terrible, though. It would have been so bad.
Okay, so for now, that gets removed. It will be the Sejuani. And this, interestingly enough for KaBuM, lacks damage. You've only gotten a Natuno on that Lucian. Sure, only did well on the Renekton. Did a lot of damage when you could catch a target, but Zeri is so mobile. I don't think you catch the Zeri the way you could the Kalista last game.
And okay, Gragas is good. All those hovers were good enough to me. The Gragas able to neutralize the lane. I'm going to be completely honest with you. It feels to me like as long as Titan and Curie don't get blown up in this bottom lane early on, this game is paiN's to lose. They have such a solid composition from front to back with Titan on a massive damage carry. KaBuM, I think similarly to last game, they have a lot of playmaking, but not actually a lot of ways to kill people as things progress.
And Hawk, in game one, look, we were talking about Natuno Seo's redemption for these bot lanes, for these teams as a whole. Natuno couldn't find it in game one. I understand they're still trying to boost it, but I don't think this is the time where you do that. You're already down a game. There is no other carry. House has been your carry through the regular season. Lonely's been performing really, really well. In game one, he was the major threat. Aatrox was on the table. You could have picked that for Lonely. You opted not to do it once again. It's not like he's got terrible matchups in the laning phase. You put House on Karma. He's not going to be able to do his 35% damage share. It is truly Natuno or bust once again.
Yeah, it just feels like a very volatile draft in KaBuM. They need to make a volatile. No more being gun shy is the word that you used last time. They need to get in there and start making plays. And I mean, they got their work cut out for them. Natuno, Seos, I've already said it, but I'm going to say it again. This is the time to prove that you were put together for a reason, and that KaBuM was considered a super team for a reason.
Yeah, and if they lose this one, Hawk, it gets really, really bad for the side of KaBuM. At that point, you've got to pull a reverse sweep. And besides Loud, I can't think of any other team that has actually reverse swept paiN. So good luck if you put yourself in that position. And once again, it does feel like paiN is kind of showing us a little bit more each time. Oh, I love the paiN fans, man. Like, I wish us in Brazil to experience that solidarity. It's not quite the same, you know, when you're out of country here.
Well, and if you're a paiN fan as well, you're probably feeling pretty good about this draft. They are anticipating the start of game number 2. KaBuM already recognizing that the bottom lane is going to be the focus yet again. But paiN and Curry, barrier heal, very defensive on the summoner spell choices.
Oh, yeah.
They know that they just need to survive.
Yeah, I really like it. I would have accepted an exhaust as well in that bot side to be able to stop Natuno when he comes into that lane. And interestingly enough, we are getting some bit of aggressive vision coming down from paiN. You are just trying to track where Maorang is, because I do expect KaBuM to look for an early dive. Look for Natuno and Seos to actually start a stack on that bot lane, because Zeri isn't bad necessarily early game, but she is very diveable. And likewise with that Lulu, without that wild growth, you only have half the sort of safety tools that you would have once you hit 6.
I don't know. I think Zeri's pretty bad in the early game, but I admire the confidence that you have in the pick. paiN going to walk in the bush, see Natuno and Seos. This is a winning trade though for KaBuM. As Natuno, it actually ends up being pretty even. Yeah. paiN walks it out. I thought that would be a lot more damage to come down from the Lucian Nami.
Yeah, so the thing with the Lucian Nami is their level 1 actually isn't the strongest necessarily, especially when you're paired with an enchanter on the other side. So there are small windows for paiN to play around with this Zeri. And the other thing that Natuno will have to keep in mind against the Zeri is Zeri's really good at punishing sort of missed spell rotations, at punishing cooldowns. And as much as Lucian is a gunslinger, he's also a spell slinger more than a auto attack based champion. So if once the load has been blown from Natuno, paiN can always turn that around.
And it is going to be level 2 reached first by paiN. One more melee minion to die. Natuno and Seos forced to walk away from the wave. paiN dashing in just to try to find a little bit of a health bar advantage. Now, worth noting, the potions have actually all been burned from paiN. So a lot of resources expended to get this push. They're not able to crash this third wave. It could be a really difficult position.
Yeah, Natuno and Seos have plenty of cookies still in the cookie jar, so definitely will favor them as it goes on. I expect paiN to kind of just get the push, get the early poke down, and then maybe go for a cheater recall once he trades some of that health. We'll have to see, though, as the junglers. Interestingly enough, Karyoka actually started bot side. I didn't catch that, and that means there will be no cover from paiN Curry, so they have to get their base timings right.
Now, level 3 Sejuani, honestly, pre-6 Sejuani, pretty bad, I feel like, at ganking the Lulu and the Zeri. I just feel like not actually a lot of CC in the kit that's easy to lock down, especially when you're not ganking for a melee champion. So I think paiN and Curie should theoretically be safe on their own. However, as we mentioned, health bars have been chunked decently low. Natuno hitting level 3 and going to dash forward. Polymorph has already been expended from Curie, but here comes Malrang. paiN going to dash it out, flash away from the Arctic Assault to prevent any sort of flash follow. It's going to be a summoner spell traded to, in fact, for nothing on the side of KaBuM.
To be honest, I think if paiN just kept walking, didn't turn around and try and trade back at all, probably wouldn't have to blow that.
But the damage numbers, RMC, he can chunk those up in the post-game graph.
But the lane hawk, you're 100% right. And that's probably what's going through paiN's mindset, because one way or another, he wants to make it happen. But now he's left Curry alone in this bot lane. And I thought they might set up for a dive. Malrang being full health, and at that level 4, I thought maybe could pull it off. But KaBuM, maybe again. Maybe I should say it, but I will. They're feeling a little bit gun shy already.
Yep. I would agree. I think Curie was maybe in a dangerous position. Carioca recalling on vision. So at the very least, look, when you're in a mismatched jungle pathing, it's about who can get more on one side of the map versus the other. And it is Malrang that wins out in that first clear by getting the summoner spells off of bottom lane. It's Titan missing that wave as well. He's picked up the cull after going back to base, fully indexing into the scaling.
Yep, and that's what you'd expect from the Zeri. As much as Zeri does have small power windows to play through, it does actually shrink as the game kind of goes on and we start hitting the early mid part of the game. At that point, I fully agree with you, Hawk. Zeri is very, very weak compared to the Lucian. You don't get to trade anymore. You don't get to step up. And you don't get to get contest for any of these objectives. So I'd love to see Carioca actually sprint down and try and get control of the dragon early while you can still fight.
And I wonder if Carioca's lane to play through would be this mid lane, right? Because you're going to have Dean Cato coming off this 5-minute reset that we so often see. He's going to hit level 6 fairly soon. And if you're able to get control through mid, not allow House to be first on any sort of bot lane plays, it could make it a lot more difficult for KaBuM to actually get any sort of advantage on that side of the map. Malrang, though, using his opportunity to take away the Void Grubs, Dudu, and Edu, getting taken down, but Dragon to be traded, which I would say favors KaBuM, paiN, fairly heavily. Unless KaBuM has anything to say about it, they are moving.
Yeah, Malrang did actually finish the second Void Grub. He peeled off seeing that Carioca is in the area. They really don't want to get this for free.
Yeah, I mean, nor should they. That's a massive empowered Q from House onto multiple. Carioca taken so low. Malrang goes away, and Carioca will drop. Dragon to be secured. Nice rotation from KaBuM.
Yeah, really well played. They understood the assignment, and they definitely maximized on that, knowing that, hey, yeah, we can set up the Void Grubs. As in Vision, it's okay. Kato playing with fire right now.
He's got Spirit Rush. Should be okay. Just a nice chunk. And actually, the ultimate will be forced at the end of it all. You wonder if he should have just burned it earlier, because now the Ahri forced to take a base. That'll be a creep wave denied. Massive advantage suddenly in the neutral objectives and the farm game towards mid for KaBuM.
I'm getting flashbacks to the regular season second game right now, Hawk. This was how KaBuM absolutely took over and crushed that game. paiN, I believe, only got 3 kills all game long after a very, very rough early, and we're looking on track to have that happen again. And once again, I feel like they keep leaving Carioca to dry, and more than one way. So he even put up the fist bump. Nobody fist bumped him.
Oh, that is the most heartbreaking thing in League of Legends, I think, is when no one fist bumps you. Carioca, he deserved better, but I do want to give a lot of credit to KaBuM. A heads-up play from Malrang to make the rotation over. When you have the Lucian Nami, you have to stack dragons. So if you're not able to do it, the game all of a sudden gets really hard. Don't want to give one over for free. And now they're going to get a freebie onto Titan, recalling as Malrang finds him with the Glacial Prison and will pick up a kill.
Yeah, I don't know if you should ever really be basing like on open ground like that. You're not under a turret, you're not in a bush. And because of that, you're going to lose out an entire wave. Curry, again, in a kind of bad spot where you've got to try and hold this bot lane. Sure, you can soak the experience, but you really want all of this onto Titan. And now that you've lost the early dragon, you can't contest with the Void Grubs. Okay, we got to replay this. I don't know if we need to. The critical sin, the cardinal sin. Let's just take 2 more steps, Titan. Like, yeah, rest in peace.
Did Titan even really need to base there? He had decent resources, wave pushing into him with jungler on his side of the map. That didn't feel like a good base timer to me. I don't know. A bit of a confusing play, but it does mean that KaBuM is actually up 1,500 here at 7.5 minutes, 8 minutes nearly, which is significantly more than we saw from either side in game number 1, and puts them in a very good position moving forward. Ultimate forced out of Dean Cato with Seos making the row mid. So much pressure being put down. This Ahri blind pick has been very well neutralized by House in this series.
Yeah, I feel like you shouldn't be blinding the Ahri if you're going to leave the Karma open. I respect that paiN banned the Thalia because I think House has a lot more impact on that champion. But the Karma is nullifying what Kato wants to do. And suddenly this Xinjiao Ahri, which was supposed to be the bridge for paiN Gaming, is already at maximum capacity. And you can't actually allow Titan to use that bridge and get across this hump. Now, it's not all fine and dandy for KaBuM. Like, it's a really good start. But we still have to remember, the big person who needs to get fed for KaBuM is Natuno. And that kill earlier actually went the way of Malrang. So Natuno isn't as accelerated, pardon me, as you'd like. He's only up about 400 gold. In context, that's almost a Duran's item.
And to Titan's credit, farming pretty well on the Zeri. At least hasn't gotten zoned off of too many creeps despite the death. And Natuno, he picked up the kill on the Carioca. So he is up, but yeah, not up maybe as much as you might have hoped. But I'm going to say, this is the point in the poly bridge when I'm wondering, should I have put that extra wood plank to secure it just that little bit more? Because things are looking a little shaky right now.
I don't know about that. The Ivern wood plank that they were
No, the Ivern was not a wood plank. The Ivern was a wet paper towel that would have been falling apart immediately. Malrang, though, going to jump in on the Carioca. Has no flash up and available. Crescent Guard is there, but the chain CC from KaBuM. Let this man move.
No, Hawk. Just no. KaBuM just won't let it happen. And part of that is Carioca. Why were you stepping up so far right there? Granted, you're getting collapsed on. You're in your own jungle, but that's not your jungle anymore. Your bot side has 0 prio. Look at House just aggressively stepping up between these turrets. Seos and Melrang aren't even there. It's literally a 1v2, and paiN have no response.
And I think this is the worst thing about it is, honestly, the kill is whatever. It's a bad mistake, but Titan and Curie getting zoned so far away. Okay, they're at least going to pick up most of this minion wave, but it puts House and Natuno alone at the top of the damage charts. Carioca can get 1 plate back, but it is a small advantage for what is a very nice play from KaBuM. And hey, we asked the question, could their bottom side bounce back after a very quiet game 1? They are, so far, doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, fair enough, though. I think there's an argument to be made. Maybe it's not the bot side doing that. Did Titan actually spot out Malrang?
Oh, he did not. Titan has no idea, but Malrang doesn't have enough room. No one in range, so Titan will be completely fine. Cleanseless on the Zeri, so Glacial Prison could spell death if the Lucian is in range. Titan, though, knowing that's not the case, will walk away.
Oh my goodness. I love the fact Malrang, too, saw the ward go down and instantly goes back to remove it. Because even though Natuno and Seos are
being so annoying.
But it's like so effective.
Yeah, Titan can't farm. Titan is just not allowed to play the game right now, and Carioca really wants to try to farm some camps because he's got all of his bot side up. Curie finally able to help his AD carry walk back up. Oh my god, Malrang. Dude. Titan just recall under tower.
You know what? I actually think Titan right now is baiting because Dragon is up. And one of the big win cons for KaBuM to leverage their early game strength will be to stack dragons as quickly as you can. If Malrang is annoying Titan, Malrang is not hitting Dragon. And that is time being given over to paiN. Titan isn't missing too much farm either. He's still in EXP range, and he wasn't going to be able to pick up those minions, whether he recalled or not.
Yep, and Titan taking, well, not the base yet. He's down in items, which means that KaBuM is able to start up the second dragon. All their win conditions so far are online, despite, I think, relatively low kills. Hey, at least more than last game. But maybe Carioca's going to have something to say about it. How's forced to back away.
Yeah, and every time I see How's shade into the bot side, I get very worried for Titan Curry because I'm still expecting the dive to come through, right? That you can accelerate the pace faster. Still, How's level 10, Malrang level 8, kind of tanky already, and you only need to soak it for so much time. As you mentioned, Natuno already first completed item. There is a lot of burst damage that can come through. Carioca has been sitting in this bush for a disturbing amount of time.
Finally going on to House, though. Dinkato has not thrown the charm yet. Finally lands it, but that's a Glacial Prison. Malrang already on the counter. Dinkato getting taken so low as House will be able to survive. Seos first on the roam, and it was paiN that went aggressive, but KaBuM that ends it. Dinkato trying to TP away. Malrang does not find him.
Well, Dinkato does survive, but Carioca once again, the sacrificial Goldhawk, 0-3-0. This Xinjiao pick is simply not it. And this reeked a little bit of desperation, right? You know Dragon just went down. So Malrang's probably still in the area. And you were sitting at bush so long, the call said, okay, we got to make this work. But that's a karma, guys. The shielding, the self-sufficiency is so incredibly high. The heal that could have come out with the Mantra Tether just makes that gank so risky in the first place.
Yeah, and I mean, it just further accelerates the game in favor of KaBuM. Now 2,500 is the lead, incrementally growing that. Void Grubs will despawn, but the Rift Herald coming up on the map would likely be the next objective that either team decides to play for. Its ultimate's traded on the bottom side, but a massive health bar advantage going the way of KaBuM. Titan feeling the pressure on this side of the map with Malrang. He already knows. He smells blood in the water.
Yep, and if you're Titan Curry, you should know as well, right? They've been playing so safe, constantly backing off. Barrier and Flash are still available, but as you mentioned before, no cleanse.
No Glacial Prison either, though, so that instant CC not able to come through. It's just going to be yet another creep wave denied, and Natuno, he should deny this whole wave before taking the tower, I think. And that is going to be first brick, yet another advantage for KaBuM.
Silver, very, very thin silver lining for Titan and Curry. They actually managed to delay long enough that Natuno will not get plates. The last 1.5 plates was still on that turret, and we passed the mark. So KaBuM, they are still firmly in the lead. Very, very small advantages for paiN. They're scrounging for advantages left and right. And I'm going to be honest, it's not going to be enough. And I worry for the upcoming fights as now KaBuM's bot lane has been unlocked for the rest of the Rift.
And that's where it really gets difficult to play against that Lucian, right? When he can just dash forward on a mid wave, chunk you for half your HP, and it's like, well, I can't fight. That sucks.
Yep. And you opted into this. You saw the Lucian come through real early. And that was why I did not like this area. The Lulu
could have gone Caitlyn.
Yep, Caitlyn Milio probably could have messed up this bot lane significantly with a range advantage. And for paiN, the big question is just how do we stall out the game at this point? And I suspect if KaBuM really want to, they can just take all the outer turrets, and paiN don't effectively have any means to stall till you go towards that inner turret. Just look at sort of the vision line that paiN have set up. It's all defensive right now. You don't even get to step out into neutral territory.
And pings onto the Rift Herald for KaBuM. That is going to be the target. Help them take away some of those towers, as you say. No contest to come through from paiN Gaming. And Natuno bouncing back well so far in game number 2. This is what we need to see more of if KaBuM is going to win the series. And maybe echoing some of the struggles for paiN after I think, okay game number 1 for Carioca. Has really struggled to get involved here so far in the second one.
I'll just trade in the top lane. It's been really quiet up in the top front because of Lonely Advisor. We saw it last game.
It's a Renekton Gragas matchup. Oh, wait, hang on. Bubble lands. Kiri forced to flash. He's going to be fine, but that's a big Summoner Spell blown for very little investment. Yeah,
I mean, for Sayo, sure, Tidal Wave is a really good teamfight tool and a disengage tool, but paiN's not going to engage on you anytime soon, and you always have Malrang with the Glacial Prison as well to kick things off. Hawk, I think it says a lot that at this point, we've just started focusing on the top side, because nowhere else are we having action, right? Everybody on paiN is just in a stalling, holding action, where you're just trying to pick up waves, push them out best you can, and don't interact. Because Dinkato's not winning the 1v1 against Karma. I mean, that is still Karma, and this is still her power spike. And Titan Curry are going to be a non-entity till 30 minutes in.
Also, I want to point out a nice adaptation. I don't know if Lonely did this last game, actually, now thinking about it, but he rushed a Black Cleaver. This is like back to Season 5 kind of days, where you just take that one, shred all the armor of the tank you're playing against, get a nice bunch of ability haste, HP as well. I think a good first item purchase from Lonely, really helping him fight in that one-on-one against what is another full tank Gragas for Weiser.
Yeah, and personally, I think the one-on-one might not actually see the full benefit of the Black Cleaver, but where I think it will really shine, Hawk, is in the team fights. Because we talked about the lack of damage for KaBuM. This is one way you can amplify the damage, reduce the armor, buff that up, and
paiN going aggressive onto Natuno. He's getting taken pretty low, forced to flash away. Titan is getting culled down, so the health is relatively even. Curie takes so much from House. A nice Glacial Prison, and Malrang flashes forward to find 2 in the fight. Natuno did die, and Dinkato's arriving. 3v4 will be the fight as Lonely is in with the TP. That's another kill going down. KaBuM! They collapse the trap shut onto paiN Gaming after they went aggressive.
And that's pretty much what you can expect when paiN is still that far behind and ending up picking up an equal number fight. KaBuM gonna pick up a Dragon Soul Point, Hawk, and Infernal Soul is gonna be the bounty for this team in 5 minutes. And KaBuM, well, if we said they were gun shy before, they are not gun shy now, and they are accelerating it. If you are a KaBuM fan, you are loving this look right now. We get to see how this starts off, and props to Curry and Titan. I did not expect for them to play so aggressively, but we talked about the timing, the windows, and that polymorph onto Natuno meant that Titan wins that 2v2. Problem is, it's not a 2v2, and House gets there first. Malrang gets there first. Yeah, and Carioca just becomes the sacrifice yet again at the end of this. Like, at this point, you can walk away, but because Dinkato's making the call, hey, no, we can still clean up. Weiser's on his way. Carioca goes in, and unlike Dinkato, Carioca has no out.
Just doesn't feel like they've been quite on the same page, have Carioca and Dinkato in this game, but Malrang and Howes on the other side of the coin. They crushed that fight.
yeah.
The mid jungle of KaBuM doing everything, it feels like. This Karma pick feels like it has been a massive thorn in the side of paiN through both games so far.
Yeah, and we were talking about the fact that, okay, you put House on Karma. He's not going to be that carry. He's not going to do that 35% damage share. Well, Hawk, maybe I was wrong. Because right now, sure, he might not be doing the magic damage or the actual damage in-game, but him pairing with Malrang is absolutely doing damage to paiN's game plan. Dinkato hasn't been able to roam up. Carioca completely nullified. And that's isolated that winning bot lane, and Natuno Seos have been able to take advantage of it.
Kato getting jumped on by Lonely. That's a crocodile in a bush. You got to be careful about those when you're walking through your woods. As Dinkato forced a Spirit Rush away. Now Malrang is taking the Rift Herald to the top lane. He hit the... I don't know what he hit. He hit like the tiny little sliver of the wall right there, and not able to Tokyo Drift that one. However, I don't think they needed to take the tier 1.
Well, you know what? I think paiN and Carioca are at 100% control over objectives that they actually contest. They contest that Herald, and they managed to smite it away.
Oh, it didn't. Okay, he didn't hit a wall. He just died. That makes more sense.
I don't know if it hit a wall or not. I just saw the Carioca smite go down. So it might have hit a wall and then got smited.
I don't know what happened either, but either way, it's funnier if we pretend that Malrang doesn't know how to drive, but Titan is very far up the map, and that's a TP in. Nice flash Luthless Predator from Lonely to be followed by the Glacial Prison. All too easy for KaBuM to find an easy kill.
Okay, have we hit the Titan tilt point? I feel like we have. I don't see why Titan would be.
Yo, that was an angry sip of water that we just saw on player cams. I don't know. That's all I'm saying.
5K gold deficit right now for paiN Gaming. Yeah, even as a paiN fan, I'm trying to see a way back in for this one. Like, if they hit 40 minutes, sure, I think paiN can win this. But I don't see how they get to that 40 minutes. The bridge has completely collapsed at this point. Everywhere paiN is hemorrhaging. Look at those gold leads right now. 1,000 almost across the board. The only person who isn't completely deep in the hole is Weiser. And Weiser's full tank. He is not going to be the one to bring this game back to equilibrium.
I feel like at this point, you're talking about Titan tilt point? Is it BM to show this replay of him just getting murdered in the river again, RMC?
Oh, jeez. And the sick part is, sure, he gets absolutely nuked by House and Malrang, but Lonely wasn't losing the 1v1. So is it BM Hawk? I don't know. I think it's a fair point to kind of highlight there that Titan wasn't going to win that anyways. True. The 1v1 he opted for.
I mean, yeah, that is very true. And, you know, we identified in the draft, Titan is the main character of this paiN composition. Yep. And I think overall is the main character of most teams that he plays on, including paiN Gaming here in 2024 Split 1. So him getting caught out like that is the biggest gripe I and many others have had with Titan's play throughout the last few years, is sometimes he just gets bored, for lack of a better term, perhaps.
Fair enough. And if the game's close, I'd be upset. In this particular case, it's so far away. Yeah, you know, it doesn't even matter to me that Titan kind of got caught out there. It is making things worse, not better, but it is what it is. And now KaBuM, with Baron up and available, they're starting to use the Baron bait. And this is really early. Generally in Season 14, pre-25, 30 minutes, Baron's actually kind of hard to take, and you need to find the pick first. But KaBuM, with the lead they have, I honestly could see them just go for Baron. The only catch would be lack of damage.
Yeah, and they definitely have no shortage of pick tools on the side of KaBuM with that Sejuani ultimate. Titan has made his way down to bottom. They want to try to get a kill onto Lonely.
Okay.
Good explosive cask from Weiser will bring him back. Lonely going to try to take one out for the road, or maybe he can dice his way away. 3 members of KaBuM on the collapse. No. This is a one-way trip for paiN. Titan wants a shutdown, flash forward to secure it, but he is almost certain to die. paiN is collapsing. Carioca and Curie will get Weiser away. Natuno, though, will gun down his opposite number and trade it 1 for 1.
You know what? I will salute the attempt from paiN, but it's
07.
Just, yep, 07 in chats. But unfortunately, Lonely is just too tanky at this point. You saw how difficult it was. The moment Lonely kind of got into turret range, that dive was just done and dusted. And I think you could see there were some things coming down as well. paiN knew that the collapse was coming. So I almost feel like Weiser should have just abandoned Titan at the point. Titan, you pick up the kill and you die 1 for 1. That's okay. Maybe I get back out. As it stands, it's a 2 for 1, and KaBuM still come out ahead.
Now, paiN is actually posturing like they want to contest this dragon. Malrang still has a Glacial Prison and will throw it onto Curie. That is going to be a dead Lulu, most certainly. Flash, Mikhail's not enough as the tidal wave follows through. Lonely TP'd in the mid just for good measure. paiN Gaming, what were you doing around that dragon?
The same thing they've been doing all game long, Hawk. I don't know what, and I'm not going to try and name it, because if I say it, I'm going to be in trouble. Instead, Infernal Soul going to get picked up by KaBuM right here, as if they needed any more advantages. The map is theirs. It's not quite a 10k gold lead yet. Heck, it's only half of that, but it feels like more than that. And I'm looking at paiN, like, what are you going to do? Hail Mary? Like, are we going to try and steal Baron?
Yeah.
Are we going to try and, like...
At this
man,
point,
you can't.
it feels like the win condition for paiN at this point is the game devolving in the sense of how it did last game, to where somehow from this completely one game state at 25 minutes, we still go to 45. That's the win condition.
And you know what? If that happens, that's more in KaBuM, I think, than it is.
I would agree, yeah.
Yeah, I bet Trajan would be just dying somewhere in a corner. But I don't think that would happen. So Trajan should be fine. We won't have to check on him after this game. It is KaBuM starting up the Baron at this point, and look at the vision, the control they're putting down. Karioka was not even allowed to so much as sniff at the Baron pit.
It was the Baron plays that delayed the game last time around. All I'm saying, maybe paiN can find something at this objective. Weiser going to try to front line as Lonely jumps onto him. Tidal wave to split everybody apart, and the culling burning down the fat man. How's flashing into the middle of everybody. Q goes wide, and Karioka now collapsing onto him. Hold the phone. It might be a little scuffed. Karioka will die as the Crescent Guard wears off. 1-for-1 so far, but that's jungler down for paiN. Health bar so low, but they do have double TP to make it back. KaBuM, they want to try to force the issue against their jungler-less opponent back onto the Baron.
Okay, there's one of the TPs coming down already. Both of them being used in separate locations. Do they have enough damage? Remember, Hawk, I said the one concern for KaBuM is the lack of damage, and it's enough to stop KaBuM. So paiN, they pull a delay out of the jaws of defeat.
Yep, I mean, hey, when a shark is chomping down on you, sometimes you just gotta give him a little bop on the nose. That felt like what that fight was, as House did end up dying first.
And I think two things played into this. First, KaBuM didn't full commit to this fight to start, right? Malrang and Natuno over the wall didn't want to go into it. They were still trying to hold on to that Baron and see if we can do both. And then second was the split that happened here. Unfortunately, because of the split, House actually got caught out and got the pick. And the moment House went down, paiN's job was done, right? You've got at least the one kill. Everybody else gets out. That's a win. We are right back to the Baron. paiN, no, it has been started, but still don't have vision in the pit anymore.
I think House actually made a misplay in that fight too. Bit of tunnel vision. Hold that thought, though. Good McHale's to get Karioka out of dodge, and the bomba into the middle of everybody. That's already getting burned down. Malrang's already out of the fight. Weiser to be traded in a massive Mantra Q, chunking out everybody. But Titan, he's still got the stacks. Maybe can carry this one with Dinkato on the side. 3 stacks of the Ahri ultimate as Titan cannot walk forward. That's exactly my point. House needs to hit those Mantra Qs. In the previous one, bit of tunnel vision, went for the Mantra Q onto Dinkato instead of potentially into multiple members to get kills, ended up dying. This time around, he hits his Qs, forces paiN out of the fight, but yet again, another little bop on the nose will prevent the snowball. KaBuM onto the tier 2, should have it, but it's not a Baron.
Karioka, they are going for it.
Dashing in. I don't think they can get onto him. Titan with no ultimate does not have the movement speed to make it happen. How's able to walk that one out, and it's actually 2 tier 2s getting secured by KaBuM in the process.
And there we go. For KaBuM right now, this Baron feels a little bit like the riskiest move they can take. I appreciate that they were trying to accelerate the game. I don't hate the call, but especially after the last 2 times got foiled, I think KaBuM, much safer to just play up the lanes right now. Take those turrets on open ground where you're not as worried about paiN getting tricky with all the terrain. And look at that gold that they managed to pick up. It keeps the gold lead growing in their favor. 7,000 gold advantage right now. But I also do want to highlight Titan 3 items completed is actually starting to hurt. They cut right through Malrang in that last fight.
Despite that 7,000 gold lead and an Infernal Soul, feels like the game is on much more equal footing than at least you might have anticipated, with Titan being on those 3 items. Now, Howls, Natuno, both already there. Lonely also picking up the Spear of Shojin on his base. And RMC, we're going to have an Elder in 1:40. Double super buffs on the Rift. Decisions to be made by our squads.
So, Hawk, in Season 14, one of the biggest changes to the game was actually
Wait a minute, hold up. Weiser, he's on a big flank. Wants to find Natuno. That's going to be a body slam flash, but the angle wasn't there on the cast. Natuno able to survive, and now TP behind. It's going to be House coming in on the flank. Massive Mantra Q out of the bottom lane of paiN as Titan can't kill him. That's already 2 going the way of KaBuM as Weiser's the focus. Karioka diving in to try to trade one back with Dinkato, and they do get House, but it's not going to be enough. That's 5 for 1 in favor favor of KaBuM, and we're gonna be equalized in this series.
What on earth, Hawk? We were talking about Elder. We are setting up for a big team fight, and nobody expected the Karma flank out of nowhere. I saw the TP, I was like, oh, that's a lonely flank, but no. House had enough. House had to be the carry. House stepped up in the playoffs, and House will find KaBuM their first win here in the playoffs.
And we wanted a series, and one we shall have. This time, some of paiN's struggles rearing their head as KaBuM's bottom lane showing some of that MVP form. House, playoffs House no longer as well. They get it done. We are tied.
What an insane game. The fact that we even doubted KaBuM at all, I think, speaks to the prowess of paiN. They were actually even in CS throughout the entire game, but you can't be giving KaBuM this sort of Lucian, these sort of comfort picks with absolutely no bridge. If you give KaBuM comfort, this is what happens. Lack of damage doesn't matter if they can get a big enough lead early enough in the game.
And I think it's time to do something about this Karma for House.
Agreed.
It was a problem that game. The Mantra Q onto Curie and Titan in the final fight, essentially one-shotting them before Titan had a chance to do any sort of kiting. And for Weiser, it's been a good Gragas so far, but that last fight, not finding the angle on the explosive cask was a critical error.
Yeah, on one hand, I don't want to say like Weiser cost them the game because
No. It was lost long before he did that.
That is fair. But at the same time, it's like in that critical moment, not landing that did kind of result in the whole following sequence of events.
It wasn't great. It wasn't great.
Yeah, it wasn't. And for paiN Gaming, I think you can leave the Gragas top side, but I really need to see a change from Karyoka and Dinkato. I understand that Dinkato is good on Ahri, right? Even in those last couple fights, you're seeing Dinkato still pump out the damage. She was the only one who managed to snag a kill out of the mess of what happened there. But even if you're good on the champion, if the champion's not good for the team, I need to see something else. Wait. Was open that game. For Karyoka, Rel was open that game. Sejuani has been open throughout most of the series. Please, paiN, as a fact, like, don't lose this because we are putting Karyoka on semi-ego picks. Not even his ego right now, but the coach or paiN's ego.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if they're able to fix some of those draft problems and bounce back in game number 3. Atuno, Seos, they're feeling strong. They're putting KaBuM up in a good position, but we still have at least 2 more games to get for you. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have the first one of those on your screen. And welcome back to the CBLOL English, where we have been met with a fairly competitive series so far. paiN Gaming and KaBuM tied up 1-1 through 2. And in this best of 5, still 2 games separate both these teams from their matchup against the Vivo Stars. I am still Hawk, and joining me, of course, is still RMC, where, RMC, your team, paiN Gaming, they dropped one in the last one, and they got to come back now in Game 3.
Yep, and I want to give props to KaBuM. I think they recognized the problems in Game 1 and wanted a favorable matchup, and they got it. They banned the Kalista, they picked the Lucian, they fixed their problems. And now, my question is for paiN. Can you adapt to the problems you faced in Game 2? Because I think there were a couple of different places you could address. Any of them might be able to fix their wins.
RMC, and I know you had a prediction for draft as it's going to come up on our screen. You said paiN Gaming would first pick Lucian. They did not. They go
Because
for the
they
Varus.
couldn't.
It's a nice, safe, consistent pick for Titan.
Yeah, I was thinking, okay, paiN, they lost, they picked blue side, and you go with either Kalista or Lucian. Take one of those lane dominant picks, but good adaptation from KaBuM. They've actually banned both of them out, so Titan couldn't get that. The Varus, especially if we go Hail of Blades, Varus can still have that very similar early game strength, and the Draven for Natuno again, Hog. I said KaBuM learned your lesson. Maybe I spoke too soon.
Why would they do that? I don't get it. Now, the karma denial would be really smart here from paiN Gaming, because I noticed they left it unpicked, unbanned, and it actually has fallen all the way to 2-3 here. Don't give it to KaBuM again, please. It has been such an issue. Instead, they're going back to the Lee Sin. RMC, very upset about this one. It's,
yes.
Tell me why.
Well, we talked extensively about the Ahri. The fact that Dinkido is a good Ahri, but it's not what paiN needs. You need the Ahri to do more, and the moment I saw that Lee Sin Hawk, that's why I was so upset, because they've practiced Lee Sin Ahri. If they pick one, they're gonna go with the other, if it is available, and they do it again. I'm really not liking this whatsoever. When paiN have looked best, it's with a utility jungler and Dinkido on something that can actually carry in the mid to late game.
And honestly, it's at this point in the draft where you can't tell me that a Nautilus ban, Seos's 2-3 split record Nautilus is worth banning as opposed to this karma to protect the Ahri, because that was a question I actually had going into this draft is the Ahri worth protecting with 2 bans, or do you just go somewhere else in the mid lane? This was none of the above. You should not. paiN, why do we go Ahri karma one more time? I hate this handshake so much for paiN Gaming. I think this is a massive draft blunder. I'm going to be honest with you, RMC. And now going into the second phase of picks and bans, it's another aggressive bottom lane for KaBuM, third one of the series. They have House on its consistent pick, and I think an aggressive jungler is all you need to follow it up. We saw the Sejuani last game from Malrang, still up and available. We also have Volibear. It is 14.5, and we have only seen Volibear presence in 4 of now 12 games on 14.5 here in the CBLOL. I think it would be a great pick for KaBuM.
Yeah, I feel like, Malrang's playstyle as well, just kind of run at you. There's very little counterplay. You pretty much have to flash away from that. And if the Volibear flashes, he'll still probably catch you. So I agree. I think it's a great pick for Malrang, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think the Sejuani is still great for Malrang. He's done an amazing job on it. It's not, as you kind of pointed out last game, the premier ganking early game jungler, but Malrang made it look like it was. So I'm okay with that. And I do think you need a nice chunky tank. It negates of so much of what Carioca and Dinkido want to do. And I think in game 2, it was a huge reason why Carioca and Dinkido just had no impact whatsoever.
Chunky tank will be the answer. And now comes, it's paiN that needs to equalize in support, and top lane has not been picked up by either side. For 2 games, it has been blind pick Renekton for Lonely, answered by the Gragas for Weiser. I think Weiser has piloted the Gragas fairly effectively so far this series, despite the blunder at the end of game 2. I mean, I almost wonder, could he just go for the Renekton in and of itself? It would also be potentially a favorable matchup into what is a possible Lonely Aatrox as RMC. I can see a confusion written on your face at the Nico support.
Okay, paiN is going for the major coin flip right now. There's no tank here. I called for Weiser carry. So Rumble would be great here, but their engage is incredibly risky. Okay, Hawk. This I like better. I think your call on the Renekton was a much nicer one. It's a much more stable sort of game situation for the side of paiN Gaming. It's not all in, do or die. It's still not necessarily great. It's a very pick-oriented composition. I don't like the team fighting, even with the Nico, even with the Varus. I think the Sejuani is still the answer to what paiN want to do. And now, for the first time this series, Lonely gets a counter pick
What? What?
You know
Okay,
what?
R5 Orn. Go for it. Go for it.
I just want to say something right now. I wasn't supposed to be casting today. Because of the time zone difference, Trajan couldn't make it. Trajan, this is your fault that I have to suffer through this right now.
This R5 Orn was not on my bingo card at all. Against Renekton, no less. I mean, Lone Leaf saying, hey, I'm going to play for late. But does KaBuM not have the same damage issues that we've been parroting for 3 games straight? Now, it was fine in game 2 because they were disgustingly far ahead and it had an Infernal Soul. But I'm still really concerned about the damage share. We are once again in a similar position to what we saw in the first game, in which there are 0 scaling champions anywhere on the Rift, except for Ornn, but his damage is irrelevant.
So, paiN could go lethal tempo Varus. So there is some potential scaling for paiN. Yes, but then we get the whole concern about can Titan Curry survive the laning phase against the likes of Netuno and Seos. And this time, I do think the matchup's a bit more favorable to them. They got the Ashe. And for Nico, how are you going to get in range to actually trigger that Pop Blossom? If he was like flash or bust, and if the flash is down, then, well, Netuno and Seos have so much more control and priority on that bot lane. And if Draven gets any sort of kills, Hawk, if he starts to snowball, even with the flash, you flash in to more axes in your face. I don't think the second tick of Pop Blossom even gets to pop down against a fed Draven.
We'll have to see. I mean, I think the Nico support, like, in theory, it sounds really good, right? Because it's double immobile AD carries in the bot lane. So if you're able to get both of them with the Pop Blossom, you got Lee Sin, Ahri flying in, Varus follow up from long range. Like, it sounds awesome. But I think, to your point, in practice, it's actually not that practical. So there's going to be a huge question to be answered. Yet again, I believe our eyes are drawn to the bottom side of the map. Top lane going to be a snooze fest, and Dinkato needs to survive in mid. We are loading onto the Rift for game number 3. This could be the one that has a massive impact on how the series progresses. Netuno on the Draven. Failed to snowball in game number 1. Back to it here in game 3.
Ooh, and this is interesting. Titan did not go lethal tempo. Didn't go Hill of Blades either. Actually went with the Arcane Comet. So you could spec into either way. I kind of like this. I think you can still go the on-hit build for Titan if you want. Or even the AP build, which, by the way, is still viable. We just never see it anymore. It will instantly eliminate 1 tank out of the game with that AP build. I think more likely we'll see the on-hit build, but you take the Arcane Comet just for laning to be able to match and deal with the poke from the Ashe and still be able to poke down that Draven.
Yeah, if Titan goes lethality Varus this game, I think we got to check his PayPal. Like, you're against Sejuani and Ornn. How do you kill those if you're not on hit Varus? And on hit does actually shred tanks because there's a pretty strong mixed damage profile. So yeah, we'll have to see how this one ends up progressing. The Comet does make me a bit nervous.
It's funny too, because like paiN usually offers like top dollar for their team, so it's rare that we'd say like check their PayPal, because who can pay more than paiN? Well, KaBuM can, because they bought in Melrang and they bought in Seos and they won house. So yeah, this one's gonna be very interesting with how this bot lane goes. And to me, that's why for paiN, I'm kind of looking at top side a little bit more as well. For Wiser this game, you are not just on Gragas tank duty. You actually have a champion with agency, and there is a chance for me, I feel, where Renekton could take over the game early and then provide some of that pressure. I think Lovely could have countered it, but not with an Ornn.
Now, pretty good trading in the bottom side of the map. Netuno and Seos, they have control over the wave, but Seos forced to burn through those potions early on. Both 80 carries actually starting longsword, triple pots, recognizing that this could be an aggressive lane as Netuno takes a chunk out of Titan there. So things, expecting a lot of trading in the bottom side, already starting to come through as both junglers circling as well.
Yeah, and Malrang gets to do this because of the pressure that Netuno and Seos have in that bot side. Lee Sin doesn't duel great into Sejuani either.
Followed over the wall. Malrang gonna find the permafrost. I don't think there's a kill here, but it is a lot of damage. And now Titan and Kiri need to be careful of a dive. Dinkato, Carioca rather, even forced to flash. Wave is gone, so no dive likely to come through, but a nice advantage from Malrang, and the red buff still remains for his prize.
And Hawk, this time you can't blame Dinkato. A lot of last game's deaths for Carioca were Dinkato's fault. Trying to go in and asking for the follow-up. This time, no, Carioca, you just got shoved out of your own jungle just that easily. And that's really absolutely going to hurt. Because once again, Carioca on the back foot, where are you going to look to? You've got to get... On one hand, you want the Lee Sin to help the lanes. But now, the Lee Sin's behind, and the lanes can't help you. So if Karaoke wants to come back, I feel like he has to go into this top lane and work with Wiser, and then maybe you can look at the mid lane, maybe you can look at the bot lane.
Now, I'm going to be honest, feels pretty terrible to be a Lee Sin and get bullied out of your jungle by a Sejuani. So nicely done by Malrang, a nice early advantage over to KaBuM, but ultimately it doesn't result in too much other than Natuno getting a nice base for a Dirk.
Ooh, okay. Well, that could be interesting, Hawk. We'll have to see how aggressively Natuno and Seos play with this. I have liked the look of what they did early in the game. Sure, Titan and Curry did get a bit of a good trade initially, but they had to play perfectly. Whereas now, with that serrated Dirk, and because Titan is going with that tier, it's looking like Pokeverse. Okay. That Dirk is going to get a lot of value against both these squishies.
I don't understand that. You know, if we're talking like, okay, KaBuM and paiN, there are two big market CBLOL teams, right? They got the bag to throw at the players. Surely somebody on this paiN Gaming team could have said, hey, Titan, I think you should not build lethality against the double tanks. I mean, like, look, it's going to be so much better into the Draven Ash, but it just feels like it's going to be so useless otherwise.
Yeah, and I'm kind of scared that you won't be able to match the poke that House can put down, or that by the time you can, the game has already gone too late. And I don't know if we go that late again. On one hand, game 1 did go that long, game 2 did not, and it just feels like the piercing arrow is such a more narrow form of poke compared to the mantra Q that Akarma puts out. It's just a huge fat circle, and it's so hard to dodge out.
And by the way, no tank Gragas to soak up those mantra Qs this time around either. Malrang making an appearance on the bottom side of the map as Natuno does get chunked, wave in a dangerous spot. Karaoke diving in onto the Sejuani, forcing KaBuM away. Pretty nice cover there for paiN. This will actually allow Titan to maybe build up a bit of a CS lead as Natuno forced to take up base.
And Karaoke getting his revenge for that early invade coming through from Malrang. But that comes because you forced Natuno off, which means Malrang is still on the map.
Malrang, though, wants to go for that mid lane play with that tempo that he has. Big mantra Q, but the Spirit Rush does get Dinkato out. No Glacial Prison means no kill.
And no TP from Dinkato, so he will have to stay in lane with this level of poke, or else risk missing a wave that Akarma can just shove in.
Yeah.
I don't know why you became Dinkato for a second. That we know where Dinkato was.
And this is something we've actually seen. So Dinkato, every game so far, has taken the 5-minute, 30-second base. It's a cannon wave that comes every single game right at the exact same time, and it's a really common base to take in pro play. And every game, we have seen KaBuM, after Dinkato comes back from that base, come mid and chunk him out to force a bad base from the Ahri, and it actually has been contributing to some of the pressure House has had on mid lane. So, like, this is really nice macro plays from KaBuM to continuously put this exact same pressure down on mid, game in and game out.
Yeah, 100%. And KaBuM, obviously, their staff did a great job tracking and knowing that Dinkato likes to do this. And that's one of the reasons why I don't like the Ahri. I feel like there's a lot of other champions where you wouldn't have to take these sort of timers if you didn't want to. And part of this is also Dinkato is losing the lane, and therefore he's kind of pseudo-forced to do that. Natuno eating a lot of damage. They're actually running kind of low on mana. So we don't think of mana for Draven a lot, but when he drops his axes, it does take a decent amount of mana to start the axes revving again.
I think Natuno does have to take a base here. Similar to game number 1, the Draven not really working out in the lane, at least so far. Titan up a little bit of CS. We'll see how much of the wave that Natuno can collect. While that was all happening, it was Dragon traded for the Void Grub, so at least KaBuM does get to start their Dragon stacking win condition that they have with their aggressive bottom lane. But the Void Grubs going over to paiN means that they can work on these towers. You saw Wiser up there, and now Titan and Curie as well, knocking down some plates. Gank into mid, though. House immediately flashing away. There's no level 6 for Malrang, meaning that this is a winning fight for paiN, forcing the enemy mid away.
Winning for a given value of win, I suppose, Hawk. Because yes, you're right. They do burn the flash. They get control over that. But I think not getting the kill is going to sting for Dinkato and Karaoke. Because you're not picking this duo just to get pressure. Pressure's nice, but there's no objectives to fight over right now. So really, you're getting it to try and get the kills, get Dinkato snowballing. I need to see Karaoke re-gank that lane in the next 5 minutes before that flash comes back up.
Yeah, or either that, or when not having flash, right, House can't play the lane the way that he might want to due to the threat of the ganks. So if they're able to use that pressure, have Dinkato get first move out of mid, and come down towards Natuno, I mean, we can see Natuno's down a good amount of CS. you're able to start zoning him off of some creep waves. That's maybe another way to potentially punish that advantage as well. But I'm definitely in agreement with you. We have to see paiN make some sort of proactive play with that advantage.
I would love to see Dinkato move first. Now, this annoying part, and some people have been vocal on Twitter and whatnot about Dinkato not ever actually leaving the lane first on this Ari, which is not how it's supposed to be played. And so, Hawk, I really do hope that you're right and that we do see that early pressure come out of that mid lane.
He moved in game 1 a little bit. I will give him some credit. Game 2, not so much, but...
Well, we'll see. Game 3 is a fresh new game. Maybe we go back to that. They were blue side in game 1 after all. Wiser, though, still able to make good on that top side. And as you mentioned, Void Grubs are good. It's better, even, if Wiser can actually start applying pressure onto these turrets. So, for paiN at least, their laning has gone well thus far.
Malrang behind the bottom lane, though. That's a flash from Curie, making the Glacial Prison snipe Titan in the face. Cleanse flash out. Summoner spell trade positive for KaBuM. They are down a couple of ultis. Chains of Corruption has already been burned, but a nice kick flash from Carioca. Misses the Q, but it doesn't even matter. First blood to Titan.
Perfect start for paiN. Not only do they get the kill, they actually get that first blood, as you mentioned, onto Titan, onto this carry, who also is looking to snowball with this lethality. And for KaBuM, I need to go back to something we had talked about before. Hawk, you highlighted KaBuM. They had an opportunity to get a really strong team fight composition. The Ornn gives them CC, but lack of damage. If Netuno gets shut down, who is going to carry team fights for KaBuM?
20 CS down, 1,000 gold in the hole, down a couple of plates as well. I mean, basically just on side lane diff alone, paiN Gaming has opened up a 3,000 gold advantage.
Yeah, and here I actually got a little bit worried when Curry flashed the Glacial Version, but with the cleanse on Titan, they were just easily able to turn this. And huge patience from Carioca. Carioca was kind of waiting for targets. If Seyo steps up, Seyo's dies. If not, we just go for Malrang. Perfect delivery, perfect just control. And that's what we saw from paiN in the first round robin. Second round robin, not so much. The game has started well for them. Let's see if they can keep it up.
And now Dinkato maybe going to have that first move timer, going for the trade onto House first, but lots of control for paiN Gaming on the bottom side of the map. You would think they would want to move Carioca onto this side to try to press any sort of advantage they may have. We'll point out both the flashes still up and available for KaBuM. Kato is now the one under pressure. Charm going wide. That's going to be an Arctic Assault forward as Carioca does deter House. One just going to stay alive. Lots of pushing and shoving in the mid lane, but no blood.
Yeah, and good call from Carioca. We said we needed to see the regank. It did happen, but Malrang, even better movements. Malrang was already there first, guaranteeing that, hey, we are not going to be able to win this 2v2. At best, we just both walk away, both of us nice and safe. Hawkshot just trying to spot out where Carioca is, because Netuno and Seos are a little bit worried. They're already losing the 2v2. They would get killed by 3v2.
And I think a story of the series through all 3 games, even in KaBuM's loss, has been Malrang and House have played together better than Dinkato and Carioca have. It's been a lot more about the side lanes for paiN Gaming, particularly Titan feels like he's been the one deciding things so much for his team.
Yeah, and that's in such stark contrast to the histories of these teams. The fact that Carioca and Dinkato have been together for, was it 4, 5 splits in a row?
You would think that it would be better, yeah.
And even in the draft, right? Which we're prioritizing this Ari, Lee Sin, Ari Shinjao so incredibly highly. You need to be playing through that jungle mid, and it still hasn't happened. Once again, it's all about the side lanes. And I'm going to be honest, despite how long this team has been together, it always has felt that paiN's winning formula is about the side lanes. It is about Wiser. It is about whichever duo bot in whichever iteration it was. Trigo damage, BRTT Lucy. It doesn't matter. It's always about the bot lane.
Yeah, or first team LCS All-Pro B-Boy. Shout out to B-Boy for doing well in the LCS. Titan, though, filling those shoes pretty well, I think it's fair to say. Speaking of playing around that mid side of the river, though, a chunk onto Carioca. Netuno's so low, I don't think KaBuM can fight for this. They have moved Lonely down with a teleport to be answered by Wiser, who has a farm bounty on his head, as well as Dinkato for the first time perhaps this series. The Ari actually doing well into the Karma, perhaps from the additional jungle pressure.
Sure, and we take that right now. The fact that Netuno has pretty much never been able to actually move to an objective, I give huge props to Titan and Curry for being able to do that. We saw how that lane kind of goes into 2v2. For Titan and Curry to win this, it means that they are dodging all the poke from the Ashe, and they are constantly threatening Netuno every time he tries to step up. So it's a harder lane, but Titan and Curry are actually pulling it off. Arrow comes from downtown.
Curry, it hits the real one, I do believe. So he is getting CC'd up. The massive whirling death, but they're both able to flash away. Natuno used everything and didn't get any.
Okay, Malrang House, y'all two are good, but best duo in this game is still Titan and his hand-picked support, Curry. As much as I love Pro Delta, there's a reason why Titan said, no, I know Pro Delta is good. I don't care. I want Curry. And you're seeing it right there. Curry tanks the initiation, but Titan's able to buy enough space that both of them somehow get out.
I cannot believe they both lived. And yet again, we're in a situation much like game one, where Natuno going so much of this game without cashing out behind in CS as well. He at least will be able to deny a wave from the Varus. But Titan and Curie both escaping. So much credit to them. And it does nothing now to put a dent in what is a 3,500 gold advantage off of purely farm and tower places. Early Void Grubs doing so much work for paiN.
Yeah, and you saw the plate difference too. KaBuM had one plate after all is said and done, and I suspect it's probably off mid lane when House was pressuring Dinkedo. That's not a great look. Let's not forget Natuno counterpicked this Varus with this Draven, right? And if game one we said that, hey, paiN was doing a really good job shutting down the Draven as a team, that's not been the case this game. This is straight up 2v2 loss right now.
And I think it's safe to say, if they lose this game, KaBuM, I never want to see the Draven again, this split for Natuno. It would be 0-3 on the split if you lose this one, which is not a position you want to be in as the AD carry. Look, I understand having confidence, wanting to play for lane, but this pick in particular has simply not worked for KaBuM.
You know what, Hawk? Part of me just wants him to pick it so you can suffer as much as me when Dinkedo keeps picking the genre.
You know, that is fair. He could be an agent of chaos, you know? Do I look like a guy with a plan?
This will be Natuno's Joker arc. We thought Los Grandes was not enough, but no, it was secretly the KaBuM roster all along. You know what? For the thing is, we have seen Natuno pop off and Draven in the past, right? And because of that, I'm still hesitant. House, great flash.
Yeah, he's gonna be fine. Wiser popping the Dominus. Good, attempt there from paiN. They get a 5-minute cooldown for a little investment, but I was able to keep his life.
Yeah, Herald was picked up by Carioca earlier, so really it is all about this top lane turret, and both teams actually rotating almost everybody up to this right now. I'm very curious if paiN are looking to try and break this top side with the Herald, and that's why we rotated so many people up, because if not, it just seems a weird move.
paiN's doing a really good job, though, of slingshotting KaBuM around the map right now. Even a couple autos on the tower with those 3 Void Grubs can just incrementally chunk them out. They force the overcommitment from paiN, getting caught flat-footed in the top side of their jungle, eventually getting their second side lane tier 1 of the game, extending the gold advantage now to almost 5,000 at only a 1-0 kill score.
Yeah, that's huge. I actually didn't expect that to happen, considering Lonely had teleport, and the entire top side is lit up like a Christmas tree for KaBuM. So paiN, I didn't think had the angle to actually brute force that into a Karma. The fact that paiN do get that does open up the map a lot, and one thing to note as well is when both side lane outer turrets go down, the mid lane outer turret actually becomes very exposed because you can just kind of collapse in from the side and cut off squishier members. Yeah, there's your Christmas tree lighting right there, and that was why I was so surprised.
Yeah, red and blue, not typically the Christmas colors. You got the red though. That's something you might be accustomed to seeing. But I gotta be honest. I think the Christmas tree, they might have put it in the wrong part of the living room because on the other side of the house, we got a dragon spawning in a minute, RMC.
True. Fair. And I guess for KaBuM, to be fair to KaBuM, back when they set up that Christmas tree, it was like 3-4 minutes to dragon. But
yeah,
of course. Christmas season's passed. We are now in, what are we, March? Not April.
They need their Easter decorations, RMC. They gotta put paiN Gaming on an Easter egg hunt to clear their wards.
Yep, and unfortunately for now, though, they haven't had time to set up the Easter eggs, and paiN will just get to waltz on in here. They actually have prio onto this one, and I don't think KaBuM are actually even going to contest this. It's only the second Drake for paiN, and when you're kind of locked into the mid lane right now, when you don't have control of the bot side, wandering through this jungle in the dark is a recipe for disaster.
Talk about that exposed mid lane tier 1. We get the Herald charge. Maybe even can go for 2. Carioca gonna drive that one in. Hey! Gets punted out so far away. Charm. Oh, Dinkedo going forward onto Seos. He is able to take out the enemy Ashe. Glacial Prison buffered over the wall. That's a nice pick by the mid laner of paiN.
Dinkato, you can't do this to me. You can't give me hope on your Ari.
That's why he picked Ari. That we've been waiting for it.
We take those right now, Hawk. It's such a low kill game, actually. We've only had 2 kills, but we have had plenty of action and skirmishing back and forth. And I'm glad to see Dinkato finally actually coming online. As you said, this is why Dinkato picked the Ari. We didn't get to see it the first 2 games. Now we're getting to see it. Now we're actually getting to see paiN have an early game.
And taking the Dragon as well, going up 2-1 in that score. Any sort of soul stacking win condition for KaBuM pretty much out the window. And I think their damage concern is going to be very relevant moving forward. Sure, paiN has no tank, but when you're ahead in gold in the way that they are, up in levels as well, you can afford to itemize defensively, get that bonus HP and resistances from the levels, and Malrang able to steal away a Gromp. It is a small drop in the bucket to a huge paiN lead.
And at this point, everybody thought we're just disengaging, but Dinkato saw the angle. And the fact that he can pretty much 100-0 Seos does mean it's incredibly hard. Seos just has to be careful not to get caught. I suspect a similar thing could happen to Natuno if he doesn't have Cleanse up and available at that moment. So we do... Yeah, KaBuM would like to get themselves the Ocean Soul. I think it would help negate that sort of burst damage that we're seeing.
Definitely help a lot. They do have the double tank, and it is that lethality Varus that we were so critical of. He is on 2 items. Titan, I mean, hey, look, it doesn't matter what you build if you just play better than the enemy team, right? So there you go.
Sure.
But Ocean Soul would make it hard against those tanks. I'll say that.
100%. And for KaBuM too, it would actually be kind of hard for them because they lack damage. So no tanks on the side of KaBuM, or on the side of paiN, pardon me, but enough regeneration nullifies that. And I'm curious to see if anybody would even be willing to pick up a sort of heal cut item. I feel like it would have to be Seos who ends up picking that one up if it comes to that. Prior to the soul, I don't think anti-heal is required by either team.
Yeah, I would agree on that front. It is 2 items inside of everyone for paiN. Titan gonna get Ash Arrowed on the cross map. It has the Cleanse. Call the Forge God needs to be flashed away from as well. The threat of the Glacial Prison follow through was good. Now Charm onto Malrang will just take a little bit of damage, but that is both summoners off of paiN's 80 carry.
Yeah, so for KaBuM in the short term, that's going to hurt a lot more because they won't have those 2 big engage ultimates. But that is a window where those will be up and Titan summoners will still be down. Not having the Cleanse is going to be massive because there's not a lot of peel on the side of paiN Gaming.
And it feels so bad for KaBuM to be 6,000 gold in the hole right now because, I mean, we said it in the draft. This is what the composition is meant to do. They have so much long-range engage against a tankless composition. So the theory is, hey, get ahead, hit one person with CC, and one-shot them, and then do it again, right? And it looks so good, but it's way more difficult to do that when they're at such a deficit for map control like they are here in this game 3.
Yeah, at this point, we're talking about, hey, maybe you kill Curry fast enough that the Blossom never pops. But in this case, you're so far behind that if the Blossom does pop, House, Natuno, Seos, all of their lives are in danger. House as well right now is not as tanky as you'd normally be with all the shields because he hasn't been able to pick up any kills or assists. Like the laning has been fine, but I feel like this is the first game this series we've seen House actually not have a CS lead on Dinkato.
Dinkato, I want to give credit. He's playing quite well in this game. Look, we both hated the Ari into the Karma one more time, but for whatever reason, 3rd time's the charm. Guys, give it to me one more time. I promise I know how to play the matchup well. And hey, he's up 30 CS. He got the pick on Seos. Barely the mid-tier 2 is still standing, but one would think that will die in short notice as paiN has multiple members lingering in the area.
It is literally 1 health, Hawk. Bottom left corner. That's the first time I've seen that, I think, in CBLOL. That is insane. Yeah, if somebody sneezes on it, that turret goes down. And because of that, I'm actually a bit worried for Natuno and Seos sticking around here.
Surely they got it. Karaoke over the wall. He's actually going on to Seos. Your concerns were valid. Titan able to pick that one up, but Lonely on the collapse. Karaoke will die, and now they're on to Kiri. Has the flash up and available as well as the Pop Blossom. Maybe you could try to turn it around. Weiser diving into the fight as it's a charm landing onto Lonely. 2 for 1 in favor of paiN as they knock down that 1 HP mid tower.
Okay, guys, bait. It's good bait, but we gotta stop using our jungler as bait with Karaoke down, even with Baron on the table. Normally, okay, you find 2 picks like that, you could think about Baron, but with Karaoke being taken out, things are definitely not okay. First of all, Natuno and Seos, this is incredibly greedy from them. You can see the health in that turret. You know it goes down, you're dead to rights. Thankfully for them, Karaoke paused kind of weirdly and didn't immediately run out. Thought he'd try and be tricky. Didn't see Melrang on the other side, and that's what even nets them the 1-for-1. Beyond that, I mean, this is just the paiN strength that we're seeing come through on this win, and that's why for KaBuM, as you mentioned, it's so hard. You saw the tanks. Lonely's a tank who just melted to a team who isn't even building tank shred.
Yeah, that is. I mean, when you're far enough ahead in items like paiN Gaming is, doesn't matter if you got tanks on the other side. They don't look so tanky from behind. And now Baron seems to be the focus on both sides. You have Dragon spawning in a couple seconds. It's so point for paiN if they were to pick that one up. And I think the main thing, I'm in agreement with you. Karaoke, look, it may be honorable, but you can't give your life for the cause too many times when Baron's on the map.
And this is why utility is just better for him. You give him something like Maokai, Sejuani, or Rel, and I think he actually survives that. And KaBuM
he can't die even if he wants to on a tank, RMC.
Exactly. Heck, at this point, give him Gragas. Just build straight tank Gragas.
Yeah,
You've seen Weiser pull it off. Yeah, as it stands though, this time, no fight, as you kind of called out. Soul Point is on the table, but KaBuM can't walk in. And so, yeah, paiN will be able to pick this up completely uncontested. We do have a pause. Unfortunately, no word why.
I think quite interesting that the Dominus was popped there onto the Dragon by Weiser. Don't really know how necessary it was, but perhaps saves a little bit of HP. Hopefully we're able to figure out what the pause is soon and get back on into the game, because RMC, it has been another slow grind in this series. I think given the compositions, we have not expected this pace of play through 3.
Okay, in the green room after game 1, I vaguely remember mentioning that this is how paiN plays. And so let's talk a little bit about that, because this is the paiN playoff form. When they are winning, they do unfortunately tend to play rather slow around objectives for the most part, and that's why we're seeing the slow pace of game. Within the lanes, we saw action though, right? Titan Curry, they were making things happen. Weiser was actually pressuring for a change now that he's not on a full tank Gragas. So I'm a bit happier with how the early game has gone this time.
Yeah, and I mean, it feels like even though there hasn't been a lot of kills, I think paiN has been relatively proactive, right? They have still made things happen and helped extend their lead, which is really important. And I want to give you an interesting stat. So KaBuM is 100% win rate on the split when they're ahead at 15 minutes. That is very impressive. But KaBuM does not get actually ahead at 15 minutes as often as they would like, which is simultaneously where a lot of their losses come from and why they potentially aren't winning more games. And we've seen that in the series so far. Game number 1, fall behind, Draven doesn't work, lose. Game number 2, dominate bottom lane, win very easily. Game 3, once again, falling behind with the early game composition, feeling like they're running out of options.
Fair enough. And you know what? I'm going to follow up on that stat, Hawk. KaBuM has never won a game this split. Sorry, they have not won a game this split where they've been down more than 100 gold at 15 minutes.
That's crazy.
So, if we combine these stats, Hawk, what I'm hearing is paiN win game 3.
Yeah, it sounds like we're gonna be paiN Gaming 2-1, and then we'll have to go to game 4. Why even, guys? The game's paused. Just end it right now. We know who's gonna win. 5-head.
Sure, just end the game in 15 minutes because that's all we need to see right, between these two teams. Well, Hawk, let's take stock a little bit of some of the storylines that we know about these teams, because we've been harping a lot about Karaoke and Keto. In this game, they are popping off. They're actually looking good for a change. Titan and Curry, those two are coming online. We know the stories of paiN Gaming, but for KaBuM, we were talking about Natuno Seos, and they have not come back in. I know you don't like the Draven, so what do you think we need to see from Natuno Seos? Do we think they're going to wake up in this series, or do they just kind of slump the whole way through?
It's so interesting to me because I think Natuno and Seos, they're so clearly hell-bent on playing for the lane. But when I think back to the Natuno MVP split 1 year ago, it wasn't like Dravens and Lucians that it felt like he was making his name on RMC. It was things like Zeri and Aphelios, these hyperscalers back on Los Grandes. So I think that's what is most surprising to me. Natuno clearly wanted to go for this playstyle, but it's not what I associate with him.
Yeah, you know what? I think that's really, really fair. And we've had 2 games of this. I mean, sure, the Lucian looked really good, but again, I think part of that is on Titan Curry going with Lulu of all things. Going to game 4, I could see him either get the Lucian, or I fully agree with you. Pick something that scales. Pick something that can team fight for your team, especially if you're going to pick things like the Ornn as well. I feel like just go index towards that scaling, because right now, I'm looking for the comeback mechanic from KaBuM. And I'm not sure I see it. Natuno cashed out. He finally got his first kill. And even then, this time, he's still behind Titan. Eventually, as the game goes on, that passive from Draven matters less and less. Whereas, sure, this is lethality Varus, but he still has mixed damage. He still will be able to shred tanks, albeit at a much, much slower rate.
Natuno, the only one on his team with 3 items. I mean, despite all the early game struggles on this Draven pick throughout the series, does feel like no matter what the game has been, a lot on his shoulders. Was not able to do it in game 1. Has not been able to do it in a lot of KaBuM's recent games. We did see a pop-off performance in game 2. We know that it can still be there. Baron on the map. paiN Gaming daring KaBuM to walk in. They do have one good ward, a couple good wards, in fact, that have gone unswept. So decent enough information to feel comfortable face checking.
Wiser is split pushing on the bot lane as well. Has actually gone into fog of war, but damage has been done. Lonely has actually recalled and doesn't have TP.
And first answer the bottom wave. I mean, you don't want to let those creeps go to waste. I wonder, I don't think paiN, though, can really start the Baron, even with Lonely on that side. Ornn can just drop everything and run. And, I mean, you know, the paiN turn is good, but not fantastic, especially against the likes of a Sejuani. So, paiN not going to force the issue, still just continuing to linger around on Vision. In fact, hold that thought.
What?
They are now on it.
I fully agree with you, Hawk, which is why this baffles me. We waited.
This is confusing, because now Lonely's back. Like, I don't get it. Ooh. Forced to Spear Rush away as well. Gonna get hit up by the Glacial Prison. Big misplay from Dinkato, but it's a 4-man pop blossom from Curie as Seos is out of the fight. It's gonna be support traded for support. No follow-up on either side of the engage. Dinkato limped his way away, but I think that's gonna be the end of it.
Yeah, and I think for KaBuM, you count that as a win. You stopped the push, you got the kill onto Natuno, onto the big damage threat of your team, and the questions I have are for paiN, right? We were just discussing, Hawk. We were just setting up that, hey, okay, it's already risky enough to do it when Lonely just showed up in the bot lane. You give him 30 seconds to actually rotate into the mid lane, and you don't have a lethality Varus. So, sure, you could shred a tank, but you need to be there doing the damage immediately. Instead, Dinkato gets picked right from the get-go, and he lives, but he's effectively out of the fight. And Curry, even despite landing the perfect 4-man pop blossom, where's the follow-up damage right now? Titan can't shred through the tanks, right? We already said before, he goes for that back line. But if Malrang's in the way, that's why you needed Dinkato there.
Yeah, and a lot more invested from paiN in that fight as well. 3 flashes, including the all-important one from Curie, only traded for Lonely's flash and like a cleanse and a heal. I think KaBuM takes that trade every day of the week. And I just think paiN, their composition is not designed to start Barons. Some compositions are, but lethality Varus does very little damage to the objective. It goes down so slowly, and they have a pick comp. And I think starting Baron is actually a bad way to generate picks, because you're daring KaBuM to group up and fight you as 5, right? Leading with their double tanks. You want to play off the Baron instead and try to find hidden angles. That's kind of what Dinkato was trying to do, but I think they need to take more space than they did for that previous engagement.
Yeah, and I love that KaBuM kind of called the bluff of paiN Gaming, saying that, oh, we have no TP, it doesn't matter. Like you said, we can get here in time. What's critical is we get the vision down, and we don't walk into choke points where you get a ton of poke on our squishier members. They went late, which is normally a sin, but because of the composition, because of the choice of Titan to go poke lethality rather than that anti-tank on-hit Varus, KaBuM's choices, like they get to make this choice and say that we can play it slow, we can walk in late.
So now the good news for paiN is that we have the Soul Dragon spawning in 20 seconds, and only member with 3 items right now is Natuno. Howl's pretty far behind the curve of the game, not going to do too much on this Karma, and they have Wiser on a good flank. This is going to be KaBuM's moment, though. I fear if paiN does not get this Dragon, it might become very difficult for them into the double tank composition of KaBuM.
Agreed, but I don't think that KaBuM can actually walk into this one, because Dragon gets down so much faster. I was looking for the flag again.
The Ash Arrow, as well as the Call of the Forge God. They hit up Carioca, taking him pretty low, as well as Curie. Wiser just lingering on the flank, but the Crocodile not going to have a way in. It's a lot of ultimates traded, a lot of HP as well, but not much of a result. And that is all of KaBuM's engage tools ahead of this Drake.
And now paiN can play it slow. They can land the poke between Dinkato and Titan. You saw what it did Even to Malrang. Yep, it's pretty much, yeah, KaBuM are just not contesting this. And that's why I said, I don't think KaBuM can look at it. You were right. If paiN don't get the soul, the game gets a lot harder for them. But now that they have the soul, Hawk, the game gets a lot harder for us as viewers because it's going to slow down a lot because paiN is just going to look to poke and regenerate.
Oh, no. But I think it gets hardest for KaBuM. They are now in a really difficult position because we talked about their lack of damage early on. It is going to rear its head. No healing reduction on their side either.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to respect it. KaBuM, they went for broke on the pick in mid. They knew they had to fight for a wave. They picked their moment, and unfortunately, the shot just went a little wide. 'Tis but a flesh wound for paiN. They're able to take that big objective.
We'll have to see if they end up taking an arrow to the knee as well, because Seos is still hunting.
Yeah,
How's
going for Curie, forced to flash away. Chanto Crystal Arrow gets that one out, but Curie going to be okay.
Okay, that is massive, though. For the same point you mentioned before, Curie without flash is a lot less threatening and a lot more difficult to get that 4 or 5-man pop Blossom down. And paiN, with the way they like to play, I wouldn't be surprised if they just opt to reset and then kind of play slow till the flash comes back up, and or they can fully clear out the vision on this top side, which KaBuM currently is contesting every inch of control for.
And RMZ, like you said, the game going to slow down. There's a Baron on the map. Now, as we have established, paiN doesn't really do very well with their composition. Hey, maybe KaBuM's win condition is hope paiN starts the Baron and just steal it. How about that? What do you think?
Has Malrang won a single smite fight this series?
No. There's only been a couple, but yeah, I'm pretty sure he's at 0% right now.
Yeah, I mean, if he was winning the smite fights, I think that's viable as a legitimate.
That just means he's due, surely.
True. That's how odds work, right? Like eventually you'll turn heads, right?
Yeah, it's a weighted RNG. You know, like the more you miss, the more likely you are to hit. That's how crits work, you know.
Lonely's actually beating out Weiser in the 1v1 right now.
Yeah, Weiser has a tier 1 to fall back to. That's the Sterix going to be popped, as well as the Dominus. TP coming from Dinkato as he's chunking down Lonely with that Black Cleaver. Call the Forge God flashed away from as the Spirit Rush coming through. Doing so much damage to houses. Ari is so far ahead. Charm connects, and that's going to be the enemy mid laner down. Now KaBuM forced to run for the hills as Lonely is going to be next on the chopping block, and we got a fight in mid on the back side. Dinkato, Natuno rather, so incredibly low. Sonic Wave going wide. TP behind from Lonely. As I'm calling everybody by the wrong name, but it doesn't even matter. 3 for 0 so far. Seos is up next. Titan popping off on the player cam, and paiN Gaming 4v5v1 on the map.
The only name we need to call right now, Hawk, is paiN Gaming, as they are pushing to end the game. 20 seconds on House, though. I don't actually know if they can end. Between House and Malrang, they've got a body, they've got wave clear.
Yeah, I think they've got it, RMC. It's all on Malrang to try to save it, but that's the first Nexus Tower, second one in their sights. It's just like game number 1. It may have been slow, it may have been steady, but paiN Gaming going to match point.
Okay, Hawk, I'm going to be honest, I am sweating a little bit. Even in that one, I don't know, man. I am struggling with these drops right now between these two teams. paiN won, but it was a slow grind, and I'm still seeing hope for KaBuM. I do think if they fix that bot lane, as you were calling for, get off that Draven, go on something skilling, KaBuM could have come back.
Yeah, we have to start asking ourselves the question, is Natuno doing badly because he's picking things like Draven, or is Natuno just not doing well, right? And like, aside from the draft, because this Draven pick has looked terrible, and our sample size right now is Draven and Lucian. One of them looked good, one of them not so much.
Yeah, I think a little bit of column A, a little bit of column C, and Titan and Curry, I think, have also been performing really, really well when you give them something that can actually do something in lane, right? And that's why we saw this game. It was lethality Varus. It wasn't on-hit Varus. On-hit Varus would have been better for the team fights, would have made the game end a lot quicker. But I don't know if the on-hit Varus would have survived against and won against Natuno and Seos' Draven Ashley.
It just feels, I don't know, it feels like KaBuM, they are struggling to find answers in this series, relying just so much on a bottom lane that has not had all the answers. I think it is time. I mean, Lonely, how much have we said his name in this series? We talked about how he has been not really that relevant for KaBuM for a lot of the split, and it feels like that's continuing so far. I would argue that Weiser has had greater impact in the series thus far. Perhaps it's his time in the side lane to wake up and do something big.
I agree. And the funny part is I think Lonely actually did really well in game 1 and was relevant in game 2.
Yeah, he's been fine, you know,
Yeah.
but
And then you picked him on R5
Yeah.
when you didn't need to. Again, Aatrox is available. You know what you're playing into. Sure, it's not the easiest into Renekton, don't get me wrong. But do we really need more tank Hawk? Like, you were gambling at that point that Titan would go lethality not on hit. You won the gamble. You lost the game anyways.
yeah, I don't know. It feels like KaBuM, they need to find the answers because their lives in the series are on the line. It is upper bracket, so if they lose this next game, they are not eliminated, but you do not want to burn through that life. And most certainly, you would love to go up against number 1 seed Vivo Stars. We'll see if paiN can shut KaBuM down in our 4th game, or if KaBuM can send us to a game 5. We'll find out in a few minutes when we come back.
To hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of the world that we defy. A soul
And welcome back, everybody, to the CBLOL English, where paiN Gaming has KaBuM on the ropes, up 2-1 in the series. But if the last 3 games are any indication, it is that KaBuM has a pretty good shot to bounce back. RMC, you posed me this question in the green room, so I'm going to throw it right back in your lap. Has this series been decided by the draft so far? Because it has been some interesting choices that have been made.
Well, Hawk, you know what? I was thinking it was very defined by draft, but you kind of convinced me otherwise. You know, I do think that the draft has been one thing, but it's not the biggest thing. I think last game, especially the fact that paiN managed to win out that bot lane with the Varus and the Nico and actually managed to snowball that does say that draft is less relevant. Now we are into the second game. Lucian taken off the table so that Natuno can't pick it, and Natuno goes, fine, well, if I can't have it, you can't have your Varus either.
You know, I like this adaptation a lot because to answer my own question, I you know, like you alluded to, I think drafts have been suspect throughout this series is the word I'll use. But these teams have had bigger fish to fry. They've not been helping themselves with the draft, but they've had win conditions that they simply have not executed. And one of them is Natuno back. He's on the Varus. He does not have to dominate the lane for once in this series, as it's a 4th straight game of Ahri for DeanCato.
Well, I'll tell you what does have to dominate, Hawk. It has to be this Ahri season. And to be fair to DeanCato and Karioka, last game, they kind of made it work. Yeah, it did look good. But I just feel like so much has to go right for it to look good. And if you're going to do this, then I need to see you counterpick with your remaining picks. I need to see you have a winning set of side lanes, and you can do that. You know you're playing to Varus now, and you have last pick potentially for Weiser.
Renekton becoming a very important pick in the series, and the perma-banned Talia. paiN actually let that one go through because they spent a ban on the Lucian. So that one could be very impactful. It is pretty much the best matchup in the game against the Ahri, aside from the likes of maybe Lissandra and stuff. It's just so incredibly effective, able to match push and those roams, giving KaBuM a pretty solid 3-headed dragon worth of lanes that should all be self-sufficient. Titan back on the Zeri that looked really bad in game 2.
Yeah, granted, this isn't a Lucian who can punish you quite as bad, but I was thinking Cassante right here, right? It's been banned against Weiser, and it does great into the Renekton. So I feel like that would have been a perfect R3. Now, okay, interesting enough, I was going to say, I expect KaBuM to kind of try and pinch some of the answers into this Renekton. Instead, they are trying to break apart sort of the enchanters that Zeri pairs well with. We see the Lulu ban. I'm actually curious if we see a Yuumi ban, because I know nobody likes Yuumi, but she is viable in this very, very specific combo.
And it also begs the question of actually what is paiN looking for in their support? What is KaBuM looking for in their support as well? The Karma going unpicked, unbanned, maybe that's the R4 for paiN, because giving up Varus Karma in the support position can be really, really deadly. There's basically nothing that paiN could pick that would be able to match. So, and taking that one away as well will allow them, but it makes sense to pick top here because you already know your matchup. So I don't know.
Yeah, and we do see the Gragas ban as well. I think KaBuM is as sick as we are watching that particular set of paint dry on that wall. And I'm very curious, you know, what you actually want to opt into against this Renekton. It might be kind of crazy. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking, might be kind of crazy. We could go something like a Jace here. It's a bit of a rough lane, but I think it works compositionally. Instead, they go for the Gnar for Weiser, which traditionally has been one of his best picks. But this split has been kind of hit or miss.
Yeah, it's also, I get nervous every time Weiser picks Gnar into Renekton because I just remember what Robo did to this guy in Grand Finals last year. But it's not Robo, it's Lonely. And Lonely's been having a pretty quiet series, as we talked about in the post-game last time around, as KaBuM insta-locks the Viego. So they have the Rel coming through from Malrang to provide the setup and the CC, and then a lot of single target DPS. I actually really like this composition for KaBuM, RMC.
Yeah, I like it too. I think you've got good team fight to enable that sort of single target selection and reset for Viego as well. Varus here could afford to go that sort of on-hit build if he wants, or lethality, because there is no true tank on the side of paiN Gaming. paiN Gaming's sort of a true tank would be maybe the Gnar and Mega Gnar form, but when you're a mini, you're very vulnerable to poke. The mobility is going to be highly restricted by the Talia. I think, Hawk, you say that teams have not been doing themselves a service in the draft. This game might be the exception.
This is by far the best draft from KaBuM, I would say so far. I also don't hate paiNs. I just simply worry that if, again, bottom lane has been so much of where the series has been decided, and it does feel like KaBuM has the advantage with their composition, and there's no pressure on Netuno to absolutely blast the bottom lane to be effective in this game. We saw the Braum hover from Curie. I think I would have liked that a lot better than the Rakan. It at least with this pick does provide a lot of initiation in its own right to get onto some of these squishy members of KaBuM, but it's just not quite the same.
Yeah, I would have liked to see the Braum. I don't think it's a bad... I think it would have been a good pick to defend against the engage and the potential team fight that KaBuM could put out. But I understand the Rakan pick as well. They've drafted a lot of agency. You look at every single champion, and they can kind of do their own thing, right? Like, Gnar can be mini Gnar, win out the side lane. You pick Ahri and Lee Sin partially for the mobility. Granted, the sort of unraveled earth that Taliyah puts down messes that up. But you can play around the minefield. Zeri, a very independent champion as well. And now, if you take the Rakan and stuff, the Braum, you two have agency to look for that engage, play around, once again, those zones of control. So, paiN's draft, very high threshold of execution. And I fear, because in CBLOL, generally, keep it simple, stupid. That's the motto when it comes to the drafting. paiN have opted for the opposite of that. If they play it right, they're going to look amazing. If they play it wrong, well...
So much coming down to execution. I think these are, fair to say, most standard drafts we have seen so far. I want to point out, this is the first game of Rel that we have seen for Seos on the split. It has typically been a Malrang pick, but of course with him on the Viego, it's going into the support hands. We'll see how our former MVP is able to pilot the pick as we're out of the rift for a game of potentially final for...
Yeah, KaBuM with their backs up against a wall here. No margin for error. Now, quickly, we do have to adjust the Varus in the room because we weren't sure which way it would quite go. Netuno has opted for Hail of Blades, and we already discussed this. It's not a bad build when there is no true tank on the other side, when you can burst people down. So I like it, and it means Netuno and Seos have that favorable bot lane. Titan has won counter matchups before, but only when he's playing for the early game. This time, there is no real early game option or build for Zeri.
And Carioca and Dinkato in an unfavorable mid-jungle 2v2 with House on the Taliyah means that they might struggle to get involved. I love House snapping up this pick. And I would say this is a much better game to go Lethality Varus than last. Hey, it worked out for Titan, so I guess I shouldn't judge too much, but this is definitely the kind of composition that it makes sense to play Lethality against.
Yeah, and again, we talked about the fact that the KaBuM win came off of Netuno and Seos absolutely taking over the game on that Lucian pick into the Zeri. So if there was ever a time to play that lethality, to play for the lane, this is it. And the follow-up to that would, of course, be your junglers, because this time Malrang isn't on an sort of early CC jungle bot that can help out your lanes. When you pick the Viego, you do need to skill up a little bit, and you do need your lanes to set you up. So I'm not confident that we'll see Malrang be able to assist this bot lane as much. So Netuno and Seos do have to win the 2v2.
Yeah, Viego ganks, they're not terrible, and you have good setup with Seos, as well as in mid. You know, Flash, Viego, W into the Seismic Shove can be really effective, but I'm in agreement with you. It's not something like the Jarvan or the Sejuani that we have seen previously in the series that just so easy to make a lot of those ganks work. Junglers are pathing towards opposite sides, meaning that Malrang will potentially have free time on the bottom side of the map should he choose to take an aggressive path, with Carioca potentially game planning around trying to get Wiser going to become an unanswerable Gnar in the side lane.
And I am 100% bound for that. When you've got a Zeri in that bot lane, as long as she's not dying, that's fine. We've seen Titan actually be even or ahead in CS almost every single game, except for that one Lucian game. I think you can leave Titan alone. Actually, even in that Lucian game, Titan was still keeping up in CS. So, yeah, I'm much more like this look. Let's get Wiser ahead. We said before, his Gnar can carry games. And we've seen it, especially when he's ahead, be not just a team fight threat, which really this composition from paiN is not about. It's about that split push, and you need the lead to be that effective split push.
All right, RMC, I got a question for you. We said last game that KaBuM essentially 100% win rate when ahead at 15 and 0% win rate when behind. Based on what's happening so far, we only have to play this 1 through 15 minutes. How are we feeling about how the composition's going to enable that?
Well, right now KaBuM is ahead 300 gold. I'm going to say I don't think that stays. I think paiN will be ahead at 15 minutes, and I think it will start in the top and mid lane. Carioca had shown us signs of life last game on this Lee Sin. I think he continues that trend, and I think the sort of jungle mid connection that paiN has been missing for much of the second round robin comes through now.
Well, we'll see if it happens. Well, we'll do another check-in at 15 minutes to see if that incredibly accurate win condition, I mean, hey, 100% accuracy at least so far for KaBuM is able to come online. We could see a little bit of trading on the bottom side. It was actually an Ignite dropped for Kiri, but, I mean, really just to try to bully Natuno away. Didn't actually result in that much. Titan, credit to him, not dropping too much CS so far despite the pressure on the wave.
I like how Titan Kiri were trying to bait a little bit onto CS, and CS just like, I don't care. I will go in on this, and there is nothing you can do about it. Natuno, though, why is he deciding to back out? Their vision expired recently, and really good grasp on the jungle times. Actually opts to stick around. Okay, because they had a fresh word. I was going to say, that's really risky. They know Karioka is likely, statistically, to be in the area right now.
And they do see him on that ward. I do also, something else that made the Rakan pick a little surprising to me, I do favor the Rel in this support matchup. Just feels like the Rel is able to stop a lot of what Rakan wants to do, particularly with the remount plays, potentially making things very dangerous. You already see Malrang immediately, though, pathing towards these Void Grubs. If you can take these ones away, we mentioned how paiN may be wanting to play a bit more towards their solo lanes this game. This would certainly discourage any sort of line on the top side of the map.
And this actually surprises me a little bit. I thought it would be Karioka to play on this top half of the map rather than on the bottom side right now when you don't have that pressure, when you don't have that priority. And so for Malrang to be able to be the one who comes over here, takes away all the Void Grubs, is huge. KaBuM can now rotate and play around the bot side and get all the first set of neutral objectives.
Yeah, nice takeaway. And again, discouraging Karioka. Both junglers sitting around mid. Malrang, though, I think he recognizes that something's up. Ward on the Raptors, knowing that Karioka is around. Seos even roaming over to make sure everybody is okay, and it's just an advantage going the way of KaBuM in this early game unanswered.
Okay, so 5.5, 6 minutes, let's call it, Hawk. And KaBuM are still
1/3 of the way there.
Yep. That's really all we have to watch, right, in the early game. So that's fine. We'll have to see if paiN are able to find anything. Curry now roaming out equally, but I don't think you actually win this 2v2 situation right now. I think House has shown that he's been the better mid laner so far, at least in the laning. Again, 10 CS advantage right now, very little jungle pressure. That is mostly just 1v1.
At only 6 minutes as well. I mean, this is, yeah, pretty big CS advantage. Going to take another good chunk with the threat of volley. And you mentioned it, KaBuM, with no threat of the Void Grubs, they can look to focus all of their attention on the bottom side towards this dragon. And without pressure in bottom, it is so difficult for KaBuM to ever answer. paiN is going to go forward with the Spirit Rush onto House as Karioka look for the Q. It's a good flash away from the charm. House able to survive.
Okay, and now can Malrang find the counter? Just a stun to say hi to Karioka, but Dragon will be interrupted. Malrang will not be able to pick that one up. Seos hard committing to this one.
Curry taking a good bit of damage. It is Malrang first to the play if they so want it, but it's really just a trade of HP. Not much other than supportal combat for the ward.
And Malrang got called back actually to the mid lane as Karioka attempted the regank. Dinkedo completely out of mana, and this time, we didn't see the 5.5 minute base and TP back into lane. It was actually earlier. So Dinkedo didn't have the lost chapter, ran out of mana, and will now have to walk back to lane 7.5 minutes lonely alone in a very lonely fashion.
Hey, this time though, Karioka was in position for the 6-minute gank instead of the other way around. So it actually did help with the CS a little bit. I think Dinkedo slightly going to close that gap once he's able to pick up this wave that's pushing into him. So it's at least something. And we saw what happened last game when House had that flash blown and wasn't able to free push. Dinkedo actually started to take some control.
True. So all those ganks, all that pressure, I think is sort of iterating on the success they found last game. Now, keep in mind, this is Talia. She has Weaver's Wall. She can, first of all, roam out to other lanes and help them. Or she can even use the Weaver's Wall to get back into lane. That's a rare application considering the cooldown. But
also pretty short at level 1, but yeah, it's possible.
Yeah, and if it gets you the lane lead and that's been what's been most successful, then I could see that working. For now, though, Wiser and Lonely just kind of going at it. Ooh, Curry with the cross-map roam.
Yeah, Wiser really wanted it with that Gnar. I think he might have had some kill pressure. Only, of course, having the dominance, though, a lot more HP in the tank than it might look like at first, as Curry is going to appear in top lane, as you say. But Titan, nice sidestep on the Chains of Corruption. He's on a Natuno under the tower. I think Natuno will be okay, but some nice footwork as the trade of ults comes through. Lonely forced to flash away from the support roam, as it is nice advantages for paiN on both sides of the rift.
KaRuK also still in this top side because that bot side was just a straight 1v1 that Titan was able to apply. And for that reason, KaBuM is being very cautious about trying to rotate and support Lonely in that top lane.
Everybody now hovering around mid. Remember, How's no flash up and available. Kato has that Spirit Rush. It's going to be Kiri first jumping onto Malrang and Seos, as that's all 3 charges burned instantly. Kato forced out of the fight due to taking a big chunk. No one will die. KaBuM, at the very least, maintaining their control over the river, and that's second spawn of the Void Grubs.
I just got flashbacks. I think it was game 2 when Kato just dashed right into Seos' face, or was it Malrang at the point? I don't know, was it Seos on the rail? Like, I just remember him getting caught by a Magnet Storm and dying a little bit.
Yeah, it happened a couple times this series. I'm going to be honest with you, because I think in game 1, he also caught a Flag and Dragger too.
Sure, yeah. And again, in that particular trade, I think you're an Ari, you've got the range to play around it, but you chose to go face first. Now, Wiser stuck in mini, but they're trying to contest this. They don't want to give over 5.
Flash force from Wiser, do the seismic shove, but that's a nice commit onto the Viego. Kick away, KaRuK. Does he have the damage? Yes, he does. First blood going to the Lee Sin, as now Lonely is left to the Wolves in the middle of the fight. He is going to die without flash. Maybe he can take a Void Grub, but he will not, as they reset. Double kill to the paiN jungler.
And Hawk, this is the old school KaRuK who was famous for his Lee Sin. I know, this split, you never have thought it, but a long time ago, he was known for his Lee Sin play. They're now trying to go on Kato.
They want Kiri. He's going to dive in onto Seos, but a nice flick back. House at least answers 1 kill. 1 Void Grub does yet survive. Taken now, so no Telegrubbies, little Twitch chatters spawning, but hey, at least they got 1 for KaBuM and a kill back.
True, and that was really good decision-making from the side of KaBuM, recognizing that they were out of mana. So this fight gets really, really dicey, and it's the fact that Wiser is present that's kind of the big tipping point here. You do actually pump out a lot of damage. If not, well, it's really just KaRuK. Curry doesn't have the damage to do anything, and KaRuK here opting to go back in because he knows that, hey, we've already isolated them. I am ahead. We can make this play happen. What's critical, though, was Kato burnt a lot of mana for, honestly, not a lot of damage, and that's what allows KaBuM to get back in and find that 1 reply.
Titan gonna dash over the wall, but Malrang's already here. Does have KaRuK a bit a ways away as he cleanses the Chains of Corruption. Little bit of a tense moment, but Titan will ultimately be okay. Dragon spawning in a minute. That is cooldowns burned on either side.
And for KaBuM, I almost feel like you can bank on Titan doing that again. That's the second time we've seen it in what feels like as many minutes. Titan is going to constantly try and play aggressive, try and find this isolated Varus. And this Hill of Blades Varus, usually you pick it for lane, hasn't worked out for Natuno.
Yeah, it's not been bad, but yet again, I mean, it's just Titan has had his number. Lonely still no flash, getting bullied by Wiser. I'm going to be honest with you, RMC. This feels like vintage paiN. KaRuK, Kato, Wiser playing so well in these early fights. This is looking like the top side that went runner-up 3 consecutive times.
Is this just what paiN needed? They just needed themselves a best of 5 to reorient themselves? Because it feels like it. I mean, we talk about Loud in playoff form, but let's not forget paiN is another monster here in the playoffs, and they just don't seem to lose to anybody but Loud. And unfortunately, I see KBM. I don't see LOL.
That is frequently a problem, because paiN used to taking 3 Ls when they go against that one team, but KaBuM doesn't have any to give. Well, they had 1, I suppose. I don't know.
Sure.
M is next to L in the alphabet. They got a little confused, right?
You know, I'll call it the sales buff, right? Because they had part of the
that's 1/5 of Loud.
1 out of 5 times 6. That's about like 1, right? Somewhere, or times 3. You round it up to 1.
That right there, that's boy math. Okay, it's the Titan going in onto Natuno, though. He's got the lightning crash, forcing the Varus out of the fight, but that's a massive cooldown getting burned by Titan. Chains of Corruption just now coming off CD. Dragon started by Curie, but they're immediately going to let it reset. Playing on those waves first, trying to get their priority, not wanting to give Seos an angle to find a big engage.
Yeah, and I think Titan was trying to fish as well. If you can get Natuno to rotate, they get the kill, it becomes so much easier. As it stands right now, Natuno can still get involved.
Well, Seos, that's going to be a flash forward, though, on a Curie. Is getting CC'd up, but that's a Rakan. Very slippery. Doesn't even need to dash away as Seos first to die. Curie able to dash away. That is why you picked this champion. Malrang wants to reset so badly, and they get the shutdown of the Karaoke. Malrang limping away. How in the world did KaBuM equalize that fight?
Okay, we got too hypey, Hawk. We were like, oh, it's back.
Weaver's Wall, 2 house, not even done. Titan forced to play fancy feet, but he's got no flash. Natuno, he's picked up 2 kills, and paiN has no response.
Weiser failed to make it over the wall, so they will not be able to continue the chase despite the low health bars on the side of KaBuM. And Hawk, we spoke too soon. We were hyping up paiN. We're saying this is old paiN. There's they've only got 1 L they have to take because there's only Seos from that roster. But no, right there, KaBuM show us, sure, we don't have Ls, but we are still a team that can blow things up. And the start of this, too, looks so good for paiN. The dodge out from Seos, the fact that Seos eats so much damage on the back end, should have been where it ended. But Karaoke goes in and then gets locked down by the massive CC chain. Dinkedo didn't want to hard commit. Weiser, not quite in position, was still on that dragon, and most importantly, not yet Mega. And from that, KaBuM are able to salvage the situation. This is a problem as well. The fact that Titan got separated with no backup, and paiN, you're neither doing Dragon nor supporting Titan. You're just kind of whiffle waffling. And hey, KaBuM, if they see that, they're definitely going to take advantage of it.
And they did so incredibly well, equalizing the gold entirely. I think they got the dragon as well, and now onto the Herald. It is going to be Lonely, answered on the side lane, but Seos Natuno here to cover. Weiser, no Mega to speak of, but that's the Croc already getting taken out. Good flash away from the Rel Q, keeps Weiser from dying. They want this tier 1, and do now Natuno and Seos need to be careful themselves. 5 members of paiN Gaming getting committed to this bottom side, and there goes the Sonic Wave. Karaoke dashing in, Curie dodging out on the Q. Nice footwork from the Rakan to find another one for paiN.
Curry able to flash out, not take that last turret hit, and KaBuM. All of this comes off the back of them making a play for that Herald. So you get the Herald, but you lost half your mid lane, you lose the bot lane, and can House actually answer mid? No, with the TP.
Yeah, good TP. Dinkedo gonna keep answering. This pace is, I think, what we expected the rest of the series. Suddenly, when it's not all about the early game RMC with the compositions, hey, we're fighting.
True. paiN has traditionally been a late game team when they've won. In the second round robin, I think a lot of their struggles was them trying to fix that perception. And what's funny about paiN is their laning has always been strong. So in the first round robin, they were actually leading in gold difference at 15. But it wasn't because they were picking early game champions. They were just doing it and then still playing for late. When they tried to change, that's when I think everything fell apart. And now they're playing their hybrid comfort zone with this Ahri and Lee Sin. Can you tell? I still don't like it. But KaBuM is also playing their game. And I think that's where the problem is coming in from.
It has resulted in a very tense game state. paiN up about 1,500, but KaBuM does have options later on into the game. Curry looking on the flank, trying to get Seos and Malrang, but not able to connect with the grand entrance. Karaoke, though, that confidence, 4-1 on the Lee Sin, diving forward, kick through 3. He gets another Sonic Wave on a Seos, and that's just going to be a kill. Dinkedo now committing forward. The charm may go wide. Grand entrance house. He's dodging everything, but he doesn't have enough health left. Malrang answers one back, but he's only a Rakan. Forced to run for the hills as paiN get 2 more.
So, funny thing about Viego, I think a lot of people forget, is when you steal somebody's soul, you become them. You get all their items and stats as well. So when you become Curry, you get the mobility. You don't keep your level or your items. You end up becoming very, very squishy. Malrang might have regretted that one, but either way, he gets out. So it'll be a lesson that he'll live to talk about. This, though, this is confidence from Karaoke and Curry. It's very similar to the Void Grub fight we saw earlier, where Karaoke's feeling himself, and rightfully so. Right here, using the Dragon's Rage was just a setup for this pick onto Seos to remove any sort of interference and then to be able to actually dash in. If that charm had landed from Dinkedo, I think this is a clean wipe. As it stands, they still win this out. Titan gets to participate, and we're right back into action.
Right back into live with another fight. Lonely flashing forward. He's found Dinkedo. That will be a dead Ahri. Karaoke likely not long for this world either. Malrang, no heartbreaker, but he's able to wait it out with the W. That is a tanky Lee Sin. Level 10 at 5-1. Divine Sunder, or rather Sundered Sky, almost gets him out. It's not quite enough. Titan going to try to answer in mid with the tower, but Curie's already on to Natuno. TP coming from Weiser just to zone away the Varus. It'll be top lane tier 1 and 2 kills for a TP and a tower in mid.
That's an interesting call because Weiser actually was already pushing the bot side. They might have been able to, well, I don't know if they could take the bot side in a turret, but they could have done a lot of damage. paiN, they were hunting for Natuno. So win for Natuno to be able to survive that. Oh, House is still the soft. Okay, I thought House was going to keep pushing. did actually decide enough. You don't have any escapes. You don't have Weaver's Wall, and we get to see how the action started here.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a good collapse from KaBuM, bringing the Weaver's Wall to the top side. I think Hao's having a great game on this Taliyah so far, showing why it's been permaban against him all the way.
Yeah, and from there, it's kind of just that easy. What's a little bit scary for paiN Gaming, though, is the fact that this was Karyoka and Dinkato pushing out. They're your two most mobile champions. Well, maybe Rakan might be slightly more mobile, but they have a lot of mobility, and you still got run down in that situation. So that might put a bit of a damper on paiN going for that split push with the advantage they have. And if they don't go for the split push, team fighting can get a little bit risky with this composition.
Weiser just megged out 20 seconds before the dragon, so he's not going to have that one up and available immediately. It's only one dragon to one, so this one definitely not the most important. Dinkato was at least able to take a top lane tier 1, but it seems that KaBuM, the focus for them will be on mid. Rift Herald getting summoned. The charge will kill it. Malrang, is he going to jump in? No, they're just going to let her do it on her own.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit risky if you do opt for that. Dinkato just went into Fog of War and does have the TP available. You don't want to be giving up any of these or any of these advantages as Dragon is spawning. paiN actually calling the TP down here. They are going to contest this Dragon take.
Yeah, they want to fight. This is the pace of game that we expect here in the CBLOL. Weiser forced to dash over the wall because of the threat. Weaver's Wall at least burned, but that's going to be Mega Gnar expiring unless Weiser can find his way in. Right now, Lonely doing a brilliant job of marking the Renekton as Karyoka wants the dragon himself. Charm going over, and Curie, he finds a knockup, but there's no way out. Taliyah stopping him up. Karyoka, he does at least get the dragon. So far, support traded for the objective. Lonely is not going to be able to find anything else, and I think you take that if you're paiN. Dinkato, though, dashing back forward. That's a lightning. Crashes a 2. He's on 1. Titans assassinated him. Another round of sales. It's going to be a 3-for-0 in the extended trade as Aldous will follow shortly. paiN is popping off in this fight. Are you kidding me?
And once again, paiN pull off a ridiculous fight. Hawk, in the first place, Weiser went mini. That shouldn't have happened. And paiN, I thought they're just going to take the dragon, leave. Instead, they take the dragon, they get the kills, and they are still shoving in mid and bot side. paiN is taking everything they can.
That is exactly the kind of paiN gaming that we wanted to see when Titan came into this roster, bringing a little bit of that confidence, a little bit of that swagger, re-engaging the 4v5. KaBuM perhaps getting just slightly lazy on the exit, giving over so much.
Yeah, and this fight was the insane part. Karyoka and Dinkato, they're obviously feeling themselves. The charm lands on Natuno, the worst possible person to eat it on the side of KaBuM. And from there, Titan just gets the free fire. The one threat was maybe Malrang looking for the back, but I'm going to be honest, Malrang didn't make it over the wall. It wouldn't matter if he did. If he did, he dies. So that was just paiN, knowing when to spring the trap. And KaBuM, like you said, maybe a little bit lazy, maybe a little bit sloppy. Probably just didn't expect paiN to opt for that fight, numbers down, without Weiser, much less a mega Weiser.
And now 5,000 gold in the lead is paiN. We forgot to check in at 15 minutes, but RMC, I think there was a gold advantage over to paiN, which means KaBuM, if they want to stay alive in the series, they've got to buck the trend that has been with them the entire split and try to make a comeback happen. Something that has not happened through 21 games of CBLOL this year.
And Hawk, if we're looking at KaBuM to try and mount a comeback, I feel like it has to be House. I'm sorry, Natuno has not impressed me this series whatsoever. He's 3-1-0, granted. But you're on a lethality virus who is still behind in CS right now. Lonely has not been able to win this counter matchup. For once, Weiser actually feels like he got a good counter matchup. And Malrang has been doing well, but Malrang needs someone to set up for him. So to me, it comes down to House. House are best for KaBuM.
And he has been doing a lot of work on this Taliyah. Feels like he has been the most impactful. Maybe playoff House, but I think he's been still showing us that taste of regular season House. 35% of his team's damage. He knows he has to be one of the carries, and everyone else does too. paiN, they're looking. Karyoka, that confidence on the Lee Sin. He's found a Sonic Wave on the House, but no, okay, he's going to back away. We're not going to give over any random deaths, at least for the moment, RMC.
Lee Sin might be the blind monk, but the players aren't blind. And Karaoke realized very quickly, wait, hold up. There's a lot of people here. I go in, I do not come back out. There's enough CC that I do not get to move. So the ambush from paiN fails. But Hawk, realistically, it's not a big deal, right? They are kind of just fishing at this point, using this vision control around the Baron buff. And now that it kind of failed, what they do is to just push the lanes back out, and then they reset for the ambush once again. They are in no rush. Dragon doesn't spawn for another 3 waves.
Yeah, and paiN, want to emphasize that point, in no rush. I think there's no pressure on them from a scaling perspective. They have the Zeri. It's very much a one-shot pick style of composition for KaBuM. The further ahead that paiN is able to stay, the more difficult executing that win condition does become.
And a lot of the damage, it feels like, from KaBuM is going to be, as you mentioned, one-shot bursty. Once you blow that one shot, that's kind of it. And for that reason, even if paiN end up fighting 4v5, I could see them winning the subsequent fight after dropping somebody, as long as it's not Titan. paiN are actually starting this one up. This is a throwable situation.
Okay. paiN is just trying to bait KaBuM into a fight. They did teleport Wiser, though, and that's a nice flick. Wait, they found Dinkato, and now Seos is going to try to zone out the back line. Spirit Rush to get him out, but that's a snipe from the Tuno, and now they're onto the Lee Sin as well. Can Titan try to carry in the re-engage? No, it looks like that will be not the answer. At KaBuM, they find a huge pick in the river.
Oh man, Kiddo was doing so well. When he flashed and dashed out, I was like, he's safe. He turned back in. That was a mistake. Karaoke is he
now they're on a Karaoke again. Weaver's wall coming through from House. I think he's going to die. Cannot dash away over the minefield. Good seismic shove as House gets a shutdown for himself. 3v5 on the map. No teleport to Dinkato. You said it, RMC. A throwable position.
4v5. I think paiN can take it. 3v5. I am not confident whatsoever. Titan has already called abandoned ship. We are not doing this one. Karaoke not here to smite steal, and KaBuM backs up against the wall. Is this enough for them to come back in a Baron in dire straits?
Looks like paiN, they're going to at least try to answer with the Dragon. So Mountain Soul point going to them, but the gold lead, it's shrunk in half. Only 3,000 now over to paiN, and we'll see how much KaBuM is able to get. Objective bounties are still up, and they have a lot of towers left to grab.
Yeah, and with KaBuM, when they're pushing in, again, they get that one shot, right? So for paiN, playing on the defensive is actually really, really hard for them. They want to facilitate picks with vision. If you're all clumped together, then it becomes a lot harder for everybody to sort of dodge out. And even looking for a flank situation can be a little bit tough when you are on the defense, because then KaBuM can get those aggressive wards down. So for now, paiN are taking it slow. They're going to sack the last remaining outer turret. They know that, hey, that's the hardest one to defend. Instead, we will focus on the next turret and setting up for the pick there.
Nutuno at 3 items on the Varus. Titan does have the same, and now he's on to Malring. That's so much damage out of that Zeri, but good chains of corruption to disengage the fight. Seo's in on the flank. He might be able to find a fight. Dinkato yet to arrive. Wiser, Mega's out, but has to crunch away. And yeah, I mean, paiN, they're not really able to defend. This gold lead rapidly shrinking beneath their feet, and House has yet to even arrive at the Rabadons.
And KaBuM feeling really confident. They know Kuri's on the flank. Kuri's just clearing out wards, threatening the engage, saying, I am behind you. You have to pay respect to that. And KaBuM are just like, nah, we don't. We really don't. We're fine. We've got minions. We're going to keep on pushing. And now paiN is in that siege situation we said they wanted to avoid. There is still vision from KaBuM on the side to stop any flanks.
Good Weaver's Wall, though, from House, just a section away. paiN denies the defense. It's even more gold going over to KaBuM. This Talia pick, permaban through the first 3 games.
Yep.
House just making his presence felt. This is exactly what KaBuM needed to keep themselves alive in this best of 5.
And with that, Hawk, we went from, what was that, a 5K gold lead down to just barely 1,500. paiN, they do still have scaling on their side, especially with Titan on this Zeri. But the Karaoke and Dinkato effectiveness will start to drop off in terms of damage. They can still facilitate picks. There are still no true tanks on the side of KaBuM. It's just that, well, you do need the rest of the team, and you do have to be a bit more careful about how and where you're going to make these actions happen.
This is worth noting that Dinkato purchased the Seeker's Arm Guard, and it was burned, I think, in the fight where he got picked before the Baron. So that's a massive cooldown that he will not have access to, and essentially making the Ahri a full item behind House without the access to the active Rabadon's death cap in inventory. I mean, Curie on a flank position, maybe can try to find some sort of fight. The minefield is down, but KaBuM recognizing as soon as those stones disappear, hey, guys, we don't have to stay. Our wave's getting thinned out. Let's just back away.
Yeah, and with Baron buff just about to expire as well, one thing we have to keep in mind, Baron buff doesn't just grant you the minion buff, it actually gives you additional AD and AP as well. So KaBuM want to fight with it on, but they recognize that once it goes off, that's usually where teams look for the turn. They rightfully disengage. Topside is primed for a push at a later date for KaBuM, but for now, paiN have stemmed the bleeding.
And it's all of a sudden so tense, right? Because I think scaling theoretically in favor of paiN, but it's not overwhelmingly so. I don't know if you would agree, RMC. KaBuM have plenty of answers in the team fights, no matter how late this one goes.
And I think you said it best earlier, Hawk. It's not been about the draft, and likewise, it's not going to be about the draft or the skill. It really does come down to execution, and that's the way we love it here on CBLOL English. Brazil is all about the passion. It's all about the moment. It's all about the players, the skill expression when it comes to it. Wiser might be negatively skill expressing right now if he gets caught here.
Yeah, that's a big TP behind. There are multiple members of paiN looking to collapse, but that's a Mininar. He's just going to die so fast. A lot of damage. Traded back onto House. He uses the flash to create space. It's followed by Seos, but can they snap the trap shut? paiN is coming in with the rest of the four members as a TP behind from Dinkato. And look who's not in the fight. It's Natuno on the other side, completely separated from the team. They're going to see him now. Maybe they can find him jumping out of Seos first. That's going to be a kill traded back. It's 1-for-1 as House taken ever lower. 3 charges on the Spirit Rush for Dinkato as the charm barely goes wide. Curry still looking, but I think everything going to disengage with the dragon spawning in less than a minute.
Okay, Wiser might have somewhat negatively skill expressed there, Hawk, but he bought so much time. It's insane. Like you said, Mininar, he should absolutely have melted. But between the lifeline, between him creating enough space that not all of KaBuM could get in there, well, paiN were able to answer, come back, fire again. And we said before, 4v5. If all the burst is out from KaBuM, what did they do? We saw in that situation. You just kind of have to keep retreating, but you went the wrong way. And KaBuM is lucky they only lost one there.
And it was flash for flash. It was Wiser's flash traded for that of Seos. Titan also lost his. I think Seos' flash is the most important in this game, honestly. Like the Rel flash engage, so valuable for KaBuM and basically where all their initiation comes from. But on the other side, no access to flash nor ultimate, no extra safety for paiN's AD carry. Going to be very deadly. Dragon spawning, paiN has completely given up control of the mid wave. KaBuM, they know, hey, we have to contest this because it's Mountain Soul already getting burned down.
I don't think they knew that they had already started it, and that's so already gone. paiN can still look for the turn. Unraveled Earth is already gone.
Yeah, flicked back onto Curry. But KaBuM, they're just defending in the mid-river bush. It's just going to be a soul traded over for nothing. KaBuM, they would have wanted to get something back there. Now, Mountain Soul against the one-shot composition RMC is maybe the best one that paiN could have rolled.
100%. And it just feels like the Orange Gods are favoring PNG a little bit right now. Baron is on the table, but House got sniped.
Oh, that's a Sonic Wave connecting. Karaoke might be able to go for it. Dinkato popped the Spirit Rush. He forces the flash from House, but now it's Curry in the backline, finding 2. There's no follow-up just yet as Karaoke is zoning out Malrang on the side. KaBuM forced to run for the hills. A lot of ultimates traded back and forth. Flash off of the Talia, but nobody will die. Malrang, though, maybe looking for a re-engage as the Weaver's Wall across the fight. House blocks himself away from the mid-wave, but he finds a flick onto Wiser. That's a massive health bar advantage. Steric's getting popped. It's just all spells being traded back and forth. Health bars getting chunked lower, but nothing else.
And at the end of the day, Hawk, it's much ado about nothing between these two teams, but it's so incredibly close and tense, and that's what we're seeing, as you called. Despite the Mountain Soul for paiN, KaBuM can still one-shot some of them. Really, it's only Wiser and Karaoke who can probably survive the full burst. Heck, maybe Curry. I'm not sold that he's tanky enough right now, so paiN still have to play a bit respectfully, and that is exactly what they did. Now, vision control in the Baron area has been lacking, and KaBuM have the advantage there.
They want to go for Wiser again. KaBuM committing 3 members onto this side. Magnet Storm from Seos, but he is about to go Mega. Maybe he can use that to buy some time. He gets a double stun into the wall. Wiser finding a lot of damage as Dinkato. He missed the charm onto House, and the Talia will survive. Now the Spirit Rush forced to be used defensively. It's a 1-for-0 for KaBuM.
And Karaoke got chunked. The jungler is not going to be able to get into the pit and sit in there right now. It is do or die. Karaoke desperately healing up. Curry able to buy some time. Bait, TP's coming in with the reset from House.
KaBuM knows that this is their chance to go. Wiser, no teleport. He can't join for over 35 seconds, which is the length of his death timer. No Spirit Rush available either. They do have a Guardian Angel on the Titan. The AD carry of paiN. No flash, but he's got to try to do something. Can Karioka get the Q smite? No, he cannot. Malrang secures his first smite fight of the series, and now here comes KaBuM. DinKato out of the flank. He found a lot of damage out of the Tuno, but Lonely's on the Titan. Titan trying to kite it out, but Lonely is able to slice and dice away. DinKato still dancing into the fight. They will get one back. DinKato, can he find more? No, he cannot. He's going golden, and paiN, it's all on Titan, but he got changed up. Now it's Malrang taking him down. Guardian Angel is popped as Karioka wants to save him. He's unsuccessful. He'll just die as well. KaBuM has blown this game wide open.
Not like this, Hawk. House is the better Ari. He lands the charm on Titan where DinKato has failed multiple times. And now with the Baron, they're gonna push in. Again, long death timers for paiN. What can KaBuM get off of this? And will it be enough to actually stabilize this game? Because it feels like, well, the goal kind of is less relevant, Hawk, than it otherwise might be right now.
Yeah, I mean, the goal doesn't feel relevant, but it's going to be so much map control over the way of KaBuM. I don't think they can break the base. That is critical for paiN to hang on to their inhibitors. With Elder Dragon spawning in 2.5 minutes, we need you to buckle up, ladies and gentlemen, because this is going to be a banger.
And even this should have gone so much worse for paiN. The first time Karioka does not win the smite fight, but look at how they play this out. Titan is doing so much damage. We talked about the agency, the fact that, hey, KaBuM, who are you going to one-shot? You failed to do it, and now we're tearing you apart, but this is where it goes wrong. DinKato opts to go in and house once again with the Weaver's Wall, playing it so incredibly well. They could still have won, but the charm that came through from Malrang right there meant that, hey, Titan didn't get the damage up, didn't kill Seos, didn't kill Natuno, and now there's more than enough damage to just overwhelm the G8 Zeri.
Oh, and relief on the side of KaBuM. That's a dap up right there if I've ever seen one. Natuno and Co, they are locked in because before that charm from Malrang, it was the chains of corruption from Natuno that hit up Titan. And now he is forced to run. House wants him. He's got no dash up and available. That's a flash away from the seismic shove. TP in from Lonely to try to secure the dragon area.
And we still got a minute, 20 seconds before Elder comes back up. The ult from House will be back up. The flash from Titan will not. So KaBuM, again, securing themselves some advantages as they continue to push in. Baron, by the way, is still running, which is one of the reasons why that turret went down so incredibly quickly. And as you said, Hawk, the Baron doesn't break the pace, but it does secure them a lot more control.
And when this dragon comes up, no flash for Titan, no Guardian Angel will be up either. I mean, how do you fight this? If you're the Zeri, you get hit by one skill shot, one piece of CC, you got the cleanse. But the second one, a death sentence.
Just don't get hit, Hawk. I mean, to be fair to Titan, he's been doing a really good job with his positioning throughout this series. If there is somebody who could kite out everything, it probably would be Titan on the side of paiN. But 100%, you're right, it is going to be so much harder for them, unnecessarily so. Wiser, going to start stacking in this bot side. He's got to manage that rage bar perfectly.
paiN Gaming choosing to play on the bottom wave, KaBuM on mid. Everybody grouped up as 5. Wiser has 0 rage at the moment. This Gnar will be mini for the start of the fight. As Seos, Hex flashing forward, looking for paiN, but not able to find anything. DinKato forced to answer in mid. The dragon will swoop onto Summoner's Rift. Whoever gets this, you would have to feel, will win this game. Whether it's KaBuM sending us to a game 5 or paiN Gaming surviving and advancing to face the Cade Stars. It all comes down to this. Elder Dragon down to 10,000. Lonely trying to establish a flank position, but DinKato is marking. Curie moving onto him. Natuno has been hit up, and he's going to get knocked up. Karioka onto him, and that's a big follow-up from Wiser. They've already found Seos, and Natuno's also down. It's 3v5, and paiN's going to find another. Titan, he will kite out Lonely, as I think paiN might have it. It's now all on Malrang, as the health bars are low. Curry was at least traded for V2.
It's on Malrang and Hausen. They need to make up for their mistake, Hawk, because they were the reason why KaBuM got collapsed on. They were trying to be cute. They were looking to get into the pit from behind, and that all backfired at the moment paiN decided, hey, we know Malrang and Hausen here. We just go. paiN still looking for the Elder. They're not looking to push in despite the mega wave they have in the mid lane.
And now, Malrang's not on array. Okay, no. The Elder not being started up, and I think it's going to be a full reset of everything. I mean, Curry's death timer is relatively low because he is a support. Lower XP means lower death timer, and that gives paiN the confidence to start it up. Malrang, he hit the smite on the Baron. Can he get this one? Has the Heartbreaker, has a flash, is choosing to blast cone. He's in the pit, but the Elder's not getting burned. It's down to 2K. He's forced to get out. That's flashed over the wall, and Elder secured for paiN.
And paiN, for the first time this series, Hawk, don't give me a heart attack as we come to a critical moment. 2 minutes, 20 seconds on this Elder. What can paiN do with it? I know Baron is coming up in 50 seconds. I'm going to be honest. I actually think you just ignore the Baron. Go and end the game off of this. You can always fall back in the last 30 seconds if you want in order to maximize the push. paiN, they've reset, though, and they're looking mid and top. I fear we're looking.
I mean, if KaBuM is smart, just turtle in your base. Give everything on Summoner's Rift. Just do not let the base get broken open. paiN, I would expect that they should pick up this Baron for free, but KaBuM, if they can wait out the Elder, should have a way to still try and find a fight. But they have so few Summoners. House and the Tuno and Malrang not having access to the Flash, denying an immense amount of safety.
They do, however, still have their stasis items. There is the Zhonya's Hourglass for House Malrang with the GA available as well. So you're right. They don't have mobility. So if they choose to go in, they are in it to win it. If they lose, it's over, even with those status items.
All right, well, here's that Baron RMC. It's going to be picked up by paiN. No contest to come through as expected for KaBuM. Titan, we want to talk about resources. He's got that flash coming right back up in 9 seconds, as well as the Guardian Angel already back and available. This is a full build Zeri, primed and ready. Elder Dragon still on for a minute. KaBuM, they have to survive in their base for 2 waves of Elder before they have a chance to fight. Can they do it?
Well, you're up against, well, you have a full build Talia and Varus, the Thaldi Varus on your side. So if you can one-shot Titan, yes, I think you can do it. If you can't one-shot Titan, well, the odds are not in your favor.
Here comes paiN. Weiser escorting the minions into mid. The Baron making the top wave hard to clear out, but there's not many left to speak of. It's going to be one more wave of Elder. The first inhibitor has already fallen. paiN breaking open the base. Going to try to collapse in towards this top side. I believe it should be 2 inhibitors going down the way of KaBuM. They'll have to defend the third and bottom. No wave to speak of, but maybe paiN can just try to end. They've got the Baron for another minute and a half, and they're bearing down with the wave. That's going to be Spirit Rush forward. Decado, he gets a big charm. Lonely forced to flash away. The Elder still on for 5 seconds as Malrang's jumping in to defend. First Nexus Tower already going down. Malrang going to get burned into the Guardian Angel, and it's a huge Gnar back. Weiser's into the fight as the Nexus is exposed. Now Titan trying to carry the fight, but wait a minute, that's 2 kills. KaBuM, they found the support, they found the top laner, and now they're running forward. Malrang, he's disguised as Mini Gnar. Heartbreaker's forward. Titan still full HP as another kill will go down. Decado's been picked off. The TP into the bottom lane, make it 2. KaBuM is going for the Nexus. The inhibitor tower is the first focus, and KaBuM is stopping the bases.
The super minions aren't going to be able to stop this. If it already left the base. Karaoke back in base with GA. Titan facing 3 on the back end. Can Karaoke hold alone? 20 seconds before Curry.
Going in. He tries to cut the wave. He's on to House. He's going to kill the Talia, maybe. But the stasis comes out. He's going in the Guardian Angel. And the minions are still alive. Titan traded one for Malrang on the other side of the but Karaoke's winning. House is out of mana.
The Sabers.
The end of the game. The minions just ended the game.
Hawk, what more could have gone right for paiN? In a comp against a burst composition, they get Mountain Soul. Right in the end, it's the super minions who end the game for paiN and paiN Gaming. It's not the cleanest, it's not the most hopeful, but my goodness, it was the most exciting first round playoff game series I've ever seen.
Unbelievable! What? The minions ending the game. paiN Gaming 3-1 over KaBuM. Hey, according to math is math. Still keeping that 100% gold deficit or advantage at 15 for KaBuM. It was perhaps the expected result, but damn, it did not go the way we thought it would.
And what could be more CBLOL diff than a game like this, Hawk? You know, Hawk, we haven't discussed MVPs too much this series, but I got to shout out my family on this one. Cousin Bob in the Siege minion, I saw you there. Good job on the Super Minion, buddy.
I don't think I've ever seen, at least not for a long time, minions end the game in pro like that. And I mean, House and Lonely, they went for broke with that teleport. But Karaoke on the Lee Sin, take a bow. That is the Karaoke we had been missing for weeks here in the CBLOL. Defends the base after what had already been a monster game and buys the time. I mean, who was stalling who in that fight?
Yeah, and the way Karaoke did it as well. Karaoke not only had to stop House as well as Malrang, he thinned the wave at the same time, which is why even when he went down, we didn't see Malrang. We didn't see House just ignore his dead body, his GA body, and just keep pushing forward. They couldn't. The minions were getting finished off by the turret. And you know what? As much as we praise paiN and Karaoke and Dinkato and Titan for how they played this series, and this game in particular, KaBuM have got to be kicking themselves after that one, Hawk. The minions were in the base. You saw that. You know that. You had all 5 members up. And nobody went back to clear whatsoever. Granted, you had 2 go for it to TP and try and end the game. But what about the other 3? You didn't need all 3 to kill Titan.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. And that's one, I think, a series that KaBuM might want back as well. It did feel like RMC, they were outclassed in the series, especially as it progressed. It felt like, you know, paiN also had their fair share of struggles, but it did feel like they were the better team on the day. They were definitely leading for significantly more minutes in this series than KaBuM ever was. So they go down to the lower bracket. We can pull up our playoff bracket, actually. Even though it's not going to be filled in with these results, I mean, we can see where everyone's going to go. So KaBuM goes down to the lower bracket, where I believe they will face the loser of Loud and whoever they play next, if I'm not mistaken. And then KaBuM moves on to play Vivo Cade Stars as selected by Cade.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on who ends up facing who. I think they'll actually play the loser of round 2, and I think they cross over or something like that. But we won't be seeing that till next week, Hawk. Instead, tomorrow at the usual 1 p.m. Brazil time will be Red Canids versus Los Grandes. And Hawk, I cannot think of a way that Red Los could be more exciting, but this is CBLOL, and I'm usually wrong when I make predictions here.
If I've learned anything from my couple years now of covering this region RMC, it's that, again, sometimes these matches defy all laws of logic and physics, and it's just a banger-only region. These games, undeniably entertaining. These teams, nothing held back. You're definitely going to not want to miss that series tomorrow.
Yeah, but for now, we do have our moving on. paiN will go up against BKS. That's going to be a spicy one. KaBuM will have some time to reset. And Hawk, that's it from us today, right? Like, is there anything else we need to do?
I think that will do it for us, guys. Go take a night, like, heart rate monitors, okay? Make sure we're got our blood pressure fine. Go, you know, hug a squishmallow or something to recalibrate yourself. Because I don't know about you, that series definitely got the blood pumping there at the end. It will do it for us here on CBLOL English today. RMC, thank you so much for stepping in and being a caster alongside me. I have been Hawk, and from all of us here at and also shout out to our producer Dia, by the way. I should shout him out. First timing VMix, by the way. How great of a job did he do? So make sure you give Dia a shout out. But from all of us here at CBLOL English, I've been Hawk. That's been RMC. Have a great day, y'all.
We'll be right back.